of the internet. Thank you. All right, it's 6 p.m. I'm going to call this regular board meeting to open. Let's see, if you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Director Rotora, would you mind leading us?
Certainly. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call.
President St. Amand.
Present.
Director Kaczynski.
Here.
Director Griffin.
Here.
Director Rotora.
Here.
Vice President Boyd.
Here.
Thank you. Posting of agenda declaration.
The agenda for tonight's regular board meeting was posted on Friday, December 9th, 2022.
All right, very good. Conflict of interest declaration. Director Kaczynski.
None.
Vice President Boyd.
None for Boyd.
Director Griffin.
None.
Director Rotora.
None.
And President St. Amand has none, but he must inform you that he is an employee of the federal government. However, that being said, his opinions and anything he might express this evening is his alone and do not necessarily reflect those of his employer. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead then and open to public questions and comments. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, and over which the board has jurisdiction. However, no action may be taken by the board of directors on any item not appearing on the agenda. Non-agenda speakers are asked to limit their presentations to 5 minutes. Public questions and comments on items listed on the agenda will be accepted at any time the item is brought forth for consideration by the board. When you're recognized by the chairperson, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you. Do we have any public comments or questions? None from those present. Do we have anyone online? Oh, there we are.
Hello.
Go ahead, caller.
Yes. Hi. Good evening. This is Mike Neal, and I have two subjects to address in public comment tonight. The first one is one I brought up at the last GA meeting. It was listening. Okay. Okay. Am I back?
Yes, you're here.
Music tone there. Okay. Raised this at the GA meeting, and it's on the matter of encouraging more conservation in the valley. That we've had efforts in the past, and money payback things for people who escaped. But what we really need to do, we really need to quantify how much water could be saved if we had an extensive conservation effort. And one of the primary ones, of course, that's not real easy, but I guess the easiest to get rid of in people's yards is their grass. I suggested to the GA and also to the district to try to push the GA to get some kind of effort or some kind of consultant who shouldn't be real hard to go and do basically a survey. Could be just a Google Map survey and look at all the square footage of grass that we've got around town, and then have the hydrologist estimate the evaporation off of those and give us a firm number on what we think we could save if we had extensive conservation. I mean, that would save us possibly a lot towards our goal of getting down to where we don't need to have a lot of imported water. So I ask for your consideration on that. The other one is addressing what I sent the board today. I'm not sure how many of you looked at it, but there's been this going on a long time about talking about the imported water, but not good estimates or information to the public on what that would cost them. So with the help of Mike Sanat, we've created a fairly user-friendly Excel spreadsheet. In this spreadsheet, if any of you have remember looking at that or not, in the top of the sheet there are gray boxes that have all the various factors you could put in as far as and then how many households, what assumed finance rate for the finance part of the project there is, what the import of water supply one-time cost is. All those are up there at the top, can be changed and put in, and at the bottom it ends up giving you the monthly annual cost for the O&M and service cost per household, and then the monthly cost for the part of that that's going to be financed. Now, we just generated a simple thing here, assuming the only numbers we have are from 2019, so they're 3 years old. We assume 25% inflation of cost on the fixed capital cost stuff there that's in, and that's used a 5% financing rate. And it looks like the GA manager is mostly underestimating the potential cost per household. And this is per month. If you look at the O&M costs that they published, it's obviously has gone up since then. You get $54 per month per household just to cover that for the O&M, and then you got the finance part for the buying the water allocations and so forth. Those are going to be another $30 some odd dollars. This is for the AVEC pipeline, which is undoubtedly the most likely one. So if you guys want to look at that, and I would like to maybe suggest that the water district advertise these kind of potential costs to users. If not, I'm going to be writing letters and putting things out on Facebook and so forth. Because I think a lot of people don't know really what they're in for. Mr. Kaczynski brought this up earlier, but this is a little more concrete, I think. And if he's got any input, I'd be glad to hear it. He can usually get back in touch with me and make the public aware of this very high cost that this thing is going to be to every house in the valley. Okay, so that's all, Matt.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else online? Hello, caller.
Yeah.
Could you state your name, please, and residence?
Okay, because I'm doing this online and I thought someone was still speaking.
He's done now.
Okay. Yeah, this is Renee West-Lusk. I live within Ridgecrest city limits. I have two questions. One is, if the two-tier water rate system is...
Mr. President, we've got that on the agenda for the next, so rate study questions should be held off for the rate study discussion.
Okay, do you have a what's your second question?
My second question is, when the arsenic system goes offline, does it cause a change in water quality?
Can you tell me what you mean by goes offline?
Well, I've heard that term used.
So you mean...
I thought it was used at the last, under the water personnel reports under operations.
Okay, so you mean...
I thought they mentioned that the arsenic system went offline.
It was shut down at the end of the summer. Jason, would you like to answer this question?
Yeah, I can. Every well has its own set of chemistry. So there is a change, but there is no significant change to the water quality.
Does it stay offline for a certain amount of months and then you put it back online so the arsenic system is working again?
That's correct. They have pneumatic valves which don't work well when it's freezing outside, so we take them down for the winter.
So like from what months to what months are they offline, like from November till February or something?
It varies, but normally end of October to sometime in April.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That answers my question.
All right, thank you. We look forward to hearing your question on the tier study at that time. Are there any more questions or comments from the public? No worries. Okay, I don't see any, so we're going to go ahead and go to item 7. Cost of service study. Is Mr. Hildebrand online? All right, very
Yes,
good.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. So should I go ahead and just jump into the presentation? Is that
Absolutely.
up on the screen?
Yes, it is. And we also have a printed
Okay.
copy.
Great. Okay, so I'll just go straight to slide number 2 of the agenda. And thank you for having me here this evening. I'm going to go over a presentation that was presented, a lot of the materials similar to what was shown during a previous meeting. We have made some adjustments since the last time we presented this information. And we are here this evening with final recommendations for the board to consider sending out a Proposition 218 notice. So I'll go ahead and walk you through those numbers. The agenda is to first give a high-level overview of the scope of work that was completed and discuss the findings of the financial plan, which was sort of the phase A. The first phase of the project was done over the summer, financial plan. And then here, more recently during the fall, we went through a cost of service study to determine exactly what the rate structure should look like in modifications to those rates. And then we'll present the final recommendations for the rate design options and conclude with the schedule. So on slide 3, the objectives to setting rates is to make sure that the district has rates that are sufficient to meet the revenue requirements, which includes reserve targets and other financial metrics, debt service and whatnot, that meets a 10-year financial plan that looks at both changes in operating costs as well as anticipated capital spending. The cost of service analysis is making sure that the costs that the rates that the districts are charging reflect the cost of service, and that it recovers the amount of revenue that's needed from the financial plan. And we want to make sure that the rate structure meets the district's objectives. There's various decisions that are made along the way when making decisions about rate structures, and we are looking to try to meet the district's objectives decisions. On slide 4, this talks about the legal requirements. This is pretty important because this is the law that governs how the water district has to charge its rates. And the law is much more complicated than a single slide, but the basic premise is that the district cannot charge more than the cost of providing service. So in other words, the district can't make a profit and can't charge one customer more in favor of another customer. And that gets into the second bullet, where it says the amount shall not exceed the proportionate cost of service attributable to that parcel. So that's ensuring that the rates are properly reflecting the cost of providing service to specific customers depending on how they use the water. Then the last bullet there, the Prop 218 does have a noticing requirement. Says that the district has to send out a notice 45 days before holding a public hearing and has to give the ratepayers an opportunity to protest against the rates. Okay, so going to slide 5, we'll jump into the financial plan, then straight to slide 6. This doesn't have all the detail in the financial plan because, as I mentioned, this was material that was covered in detail over the summer, and I believe the board is familiar with that. The big ticket item for the financial plan is really the capital spending, and you can see that the anticipated capital spending over the next 10 years is going to be more than double of what the district has been doing in the recent past. And so this largely explains the rate increases that are being proposed and that are going to be covered on the next slide here, slide 7. Go there with me. This graph is a little bit more complicated. But the top portion of the graph is basically comparing revenues against expenditures. The revenues are the background in green, and the expenditures are the foreground, the columns. And the bottom line is that we're trying to balance the foreground and the background. If they're the same height, that's a year when the budget is balanced, that the reserves aren't changing. If the background is higher, then that's a surplus year where the reserves are increasing, and vice versa. And you can see in the middle graph, the reserves are starting in 2022. They were about $15 million, and they are dropping down a little bit over the next 3 years before recovering and ultimately ending up close to the reserve targets by the end of the 10-year period. So you can see that there isn't a significant drop in reserves or a significant increase. It's really quite stable, to be honest, but the rate increases that are shown down below as a percentage are the reason that that's happening. So you can see for the next 5 years, the proposed rate increases would be 5% per year for 3 years, followed by 6% for a couple of years. And this financial plan would require the issuance of about $8 million in debt. So the plan would be in next fiscal year to issue a bond of some form to pay for what amounts to about 3 projects, and that would allow the district to spread the rate increases out a little bit more than what had been previously proposed with a cash funded approach. Another thing to notice here that out in 2030, the rate increases drop down to 3%, which is really just the level of inflation. So what this shows is that the district is going through a period over the next 5 or 6 years of adjusting to a quote-unquote new normal. As I mentioned in the previous slide, capital spending is increasing. So it's going to take a few years of rate increases to get to the point where the district can sustainably cash finance that level of capital spending year in, year out, because it is expected that that level of reinvestment in the infrastructure, which is aging, is going to be necessary every year. So what you see here is a period of adjustment where the district's increasing its revenues so that it can afford to make those reinvestments in the infrastructure. That's really important for the district in the long term. And it's also a proactive approach to asset management, which is far less expensive than a reactive approach, which would be waiting for the infrastructure to fail and then putting Band-Aids on it and then paying a premium to have that infrastructure repaired after it fails. So this is really, while it may be difficult to look at those rate increases and see them as good news, as you're a rate consultant, I can tell you that water utilities that take this proactive approach have a far easier time keeping the rates under control over the long term. So that concludes the financial forecast and the rate increase proposal. I do want to point out that these rate increases, these are rate revenue increases. So this is the amount of revenue that the district is going to see. In the first year, when the rate structure will see some changes, different customers will see different rates depending on how they use the water and how the changes in the rate structure affects them specifically. So that 8% in fiscal 23, that will be the reality for the district in terms of the amount of revenue that additional revenue they'll be recovering. However, individual customers may see higher rate increases or lower rate increases depending on who they are and how they use the water. So going on to slide 8, I'm going to transition to cost of service and rate design. And slide 9 talks about the goals of this phase of the project. First and foremost, we need the rate structure, and any recommendations that I make are going to conform with industry practice and, more importantly, comply with any legal requirements, Prop 218, Prop 26, etc. So it's paramount that the rate structures that are being proposed are on a strong legal basis, and furthermore, I generally look for opportunities to improve the district's rates. The Proposition 218 is complicated because it's a moving target. There have been a series of court decisions over the last 10 years that have actually moved the needle on what legally defensible rates will look like. And so part of my job is to try to anticipate the future of what court cases might look like and try to help the district make decisions about rate structures that are not only legally defensible now, but will continue to be legally defensible over the next 5 to 10 years. Part and parcel to being legally defensible is being fair and equitable. That's really what the law is trying to enforce, is to make sure that the rates are fair and equitable across all customers. We also want the rate structure to provide financial stability. As everyone in the room is surely aware, the droughts that have been affecting your region and California as a whole over the last 10 years are unprecedented, and it has a substantial impact on the district and its finances. So we want the rates to be structured in such a way that that droughts have a minimal impact on the district's ability to be able to provide reliable service. And finally, to the extent that we can, we really want the rates to be as affordable as possible to all customers. And so we do what we can to make sure that there's affordable water to customers. Next slide, slide 10. This is just a quick recap of what the current rate design looks like. So the district has two-part rates. There's a fixed portion and a variable portion, or the commodity charge. In the fixed charges, there's an account charge, which is charged to each account, regardless of the size of the account. There's a ready to serve charge, which is a fixed charge based on the meter size. And then there's an arsenic compliance charge, which is also based on the meter size. So put together, the rate revenue that comes from the fixed charges comes to about 62% of rate revenue currently. On the commodity side, the district currently has 4 tiers, and the basis of those 4 tiers was developed in 2018 rate study, and it really looked at the cost of peaking and the cost of conservation. So the lowest peaking customers, or the basically baseline water demands associated with tier 1, and higher peaking water behavior and the costs associated with that peaking were assigned to tiers 2, 3, and 4. The amount of water that is received in each tier was based on water needs. So tier 1 is based on indoor water needs. Tier 2 is based on efficient outdoor water needs. And tier 3 is based on additional outdoor water needs. And tier 4 is basically water needs or water use beyond that. And then finally, there's a component that's called the GSA fee. So there's 2 fees associated with the Groundwater Sustainability Act. One of them is called the GSA replenishment fee, and the other one's called the pumping fee. And both of those fees are imposed on the districts by the local GSA groundwater authority. So if we go to slide 11, this summarizes the changes that are being proposed to the rate design. So the first thing that we do is just to update the cost of service analysis. So we look at what's changed since 2018, because the way that the district's using water and their costs has actually fundamentally changed since 2018. That's part of the reason that water districts do these updates to rate studies, is simply because the basis of the rates in 1 year may be very different 5 years later, and that is indeed the case for the district. There's been a substantial decrease in the district's conservation program spending, and that's because it's largely been replaced by the GSA fees. So that's just that from a functional standpoint, that's just been a change in the way that the district incurs costs. But if you recall, the cost of conservation program was part of the justification for the 4-tier system. And so that was one of the first things that caught my eye, is that the current tier 4 rates largely based on the cost of conservation program, which largely went away. And so I recognized immediately that had to be addressed. There's also been a substantial decrease in water usage in tiers 3 and 4. And so the math behind the charge for those tiers was going to have to change. We did want to evaluate a 2-tier structure. And ultimately, a 2-tier structure is being proposed, and I'm going to describe how that tier structure is proposed to be, or how we develop that tier structure in the following slide. So I won't go through the language here, but I'll describe it in the next couple of slides. We also evaluated lowering the amount of the fixed revenue. We looked at some options that had a fixed revenue of 40% instead of 60%. And after the last meeting, it was concluded that the proposed or the recommendation was going to be to stay with the 62% fixed revenue in order to make sure that the district continues to have that revenue stability. So if we go to slide 12, this is a comparison of the changes to the tiers that's being proposed. So on the left, that's the existing 4 tiers. And as I mentioned, tier 1 is based on a calculation of indoor water needs for single-family homes. Tier 2 is for efficient outdoor water use. Tier 3 is extra water use, and tier 4 was beyond that. The proposed tier structure is going to be based more on the district's actual costs. And this is part of the argument I was making earlier about making sure that the district stays one step ahead of the courts and the direction that the courts are going. So at this point in time, there's nothing wrong with your existing rate structure, this idea that you have tiers based on water needs. One of the things that I am seeing, though, is that the courts are increasingly wanting to see rate structures that are an actual reflection of the costs to provide service. And the indoor and outdoor water needs of customers really doesn't affect the district at all. The district, whether you use, the water, all of it outdoors or none of it outdoors, or some, the way that customers use their water really doesn't affect the district's cost to provide service. But what does very directly drive the district's costs to provide service is whether or not the district goes over its groundwater pumping allocation. So the groundwater authority has established a limit on how much the district can pump from the groundwater. And when the district goes over that limit, it incurs this replenishment fee that I mentioned before. And it's a pretty expensive replenishment fee, and it's charged per acre foot. And so the proposed tier structure is going to be establishing a threshold that basically determines whether or not a customer is contributing to the district's need to pay for that replenishment fee. Are they contributing to the problem of pumping beyond the allocation, or are they not? And so the math that was done as part of the study comes up with 20 HCF, which you can see is just a bit below what was the tier 2 threshold. If you take tier 1 and tier 2 and add them together, you can see that's 24 HCF. So the tier 2 threshold was 24 HCF currently, and we're proposing to lower that down to 20 HCF. Would be the new tier 1, and anything beyond 20 HCF for a single family home would be the new tier 2. Some of you may recall that this number was 24 HCF during the last meeting. So just by way of clarification, the reason that it dropped from 24 to 20 is one of the directors very astutely pointed out that there are water losses associated. So the water allocation is based on how much water comes out of the ground, whereas the water that folks use is after that water travels from the pumps through the distribution system and to the customers and through their meter. And there are about 8% water losses along the way from the pumps to the customer. And so in order to account for that, basically 20 HCF of water usage by a customer is the same as pumping 24 HCF. So that's why that number dropped down. That concludes that slide. So if we can go to slide 13. This is a graph of the basis for the two-tier rates. So you can see that the tier 1 rate, which has a 20 HCF in it, is going to the bottom of that of those boxes show that those are the district's costs. So that's basically a uniform rate for the district's operating costs, debt service, and capital spending. It's captured in the $1.82 per HCF. And then on top of that, there's another 24 cents per HCF for the GSA pumping costs, which is allocated to all customers. But then for tier 2, only, the GSA replenishment costs, which comes up to $5.25 per HCF, will only be allocated to customers that are in tier 2. So you can see those proposed numbers in blue. The total rate for tier 1 would be $2.06. The total rate for tier 2 will be $7.31. And that's actually a reduction from what customers are currently paying in tier 1. You can see that tier 1 customers are currently paying $2.71 when you add the GSA costs and the current tier 1 rate. And the tier 2 customer is actually going to be paying a little bit less than the current tier 4 customer is currently paying. So I see this as good news for tier 1 customers. They will see a pretty substantial reduction, a 24% reduction in their tier 1 water rates, which I think is a great point for affordability. Okay, if we can go to slide 14, this is just showing, this is probably a bit more detailed than necessary here, but it's simply showing how different types of costs are have been allocated to different charges. So if you recall, the account charge and the meter charge, which is the same as the rate as the surcharge, are allocated to some costs. And the commodity costs or the commodity charge and the earthquake charge are all assigned various percentages. But this is the allocation that comes out to the 61% fixed revenue. And then if we go to slide 15, this is the complete proposed rate structure. So the first box on the left are your current rates by way of comparison to the year 1 rates, which are on the right. I'm not going to spend much time on this slide. I really just included the slide for sake of documentation in case folks wanted to be able to see the specific numbers that the board is considering. But there's too many numbers here to really do a side-by-side comparison, and I have some more beneficial or some easier slides coming up that will make that comparison easier. So if we can skip through 15, and then 16 is just the rates for 2024 and 2025, and slide 17 is for 26 and 27. And if you could just go to slide 18. Slide 18 is a much easier way to look at all these numbers because this shows you how individual customers are going to be affected by these rate changes. So this is a comparison of the rates in year 1. So this includes the 8% rate revenue increase and all the structural changes. And what this does is it shows a cross section of the different types of customers, so that maybe you can look in these rows and find where you are, which of these customers looks the most like you. So if we look at the first row, for example, this is a single family home with low water usage. They only use 5 HCF per month. They have a standard meter size, 3/4 inch meter size. Their existing fixed bill for the month would be $42.86. their consumption charge would be $13.55, and the proposed fix would be nearly $46, and the consumption rate would be a bit lower at $10.30. And so you can see that this customer actually will see a slight decrease in their bill in year one. So rather than getting an 8% increase, which is the overall rate revenue change for the district, this particular type of customer and the median and the average use customers are all actually going to see a decrease in their bill in year one, assuming that they use water the same now as they did previously. Whereas the high user and the very high user will see increases. The master meter, that's generally the multifamily apartment. You can see that a lot of them will be seeing decreases as well. Again, this is simply a cross section. In this case, I picked different meter sizes, and I tried to pick water use that was reflective of what's in the current billing database and how these different meter sizes are using water currently. So you can see that the percent changes are really, it's really a function of the size of the meter and the amount of water that's being used. One thing I didn't mention earlier that I should clarify is that the water, and if you don't mind skipping back, I apologize, but if you could skip back to slide 12. The 20 HCF water allocation will be treated just as it is now with the current water allocation. It's increased based on the size of the meter. So that 20 HCF is for a 3/4 inch meter. If you have a larger meter, then you get a proportionately larger water allocation. So the apartments I was just mentioning, if you could go back to slide 18, that have larger meters, they do get a larger water allocation with those larger meters. So they get more tier 1 water than a small meter would get. You can peruse through the different commercial and public agent water meters and see how various examples will see some increases, some decreases. Again, to reiterate, in year 2, everyone will see exactly the same 8% rate increase. There won't be all of these variations depending on what types of customers. This is just a phenomenon for year 1 when the changes in the structure are being made, that folks will see a different rate increase depending on who they are. But in year 2, 3, 4, and 5, everyone will see exactly the same flat percent rate increase across all customer types. Slide 19 just addresses the fact that you do have a zone charge, which is a charge for folks who live up in higher elevation. Construction meter charges, which are temporary meters that are put on fire hydrants generally for construction use, but sometimes other purposes. Private fire connections, direct connections to the water main to go to sprinklers to fire protection, sprinkler systems, and then bulk water rates where folks go and pick up their water from a bulk distribution facility. So all those charges are structurally going to stay basically the same. They're just going to increase with the general rate increases. The only charge in that group that's going to see a structural change is the construction water commodity rate will be set to the tier 2 rates. And that concludes my presentation. Slide 20 shows the schedule, the various presentations that have been made to date. Today is the 12th. We will be asking the board to deliberate and then ultimately authorize the staff to develop and mail out the 218 notice that would need to go out by December 22nd. And then we're proposing to hold a public hearing in the middle of February and implementing the rates a couple of weeks after that. So I'll turn it back to you, Don.
Okay, thank you. Director Rotora. He said he was handing it back to Dawn, so.
Yes, sorry, I wasn't sure who to hand it back to. So.
All right.
The only thing I'll add with this schedule is I talked to PACRAP about getting out these notices by the 22nd. And it won't be possible. So we want to push everything back 2 weeks and have a special meeting in February for this. So I'd put the meeting on February 27th.
For the public hearing.
Public hearing?
Public hearing, yeah.
Okay.
Can we ask questions now, or?
Mr. President, would you want us to ask questions now or keep the questions to this particular study?
I'd like to keep the questions to this particular
Okay.
study, yes.
Then if you're opening to the board, I have a couple.
Okay, please do.
Yeah. Mark, if you look at I'm going to go by the page of the report rather than the slide number. Page 23 has a GSA replenishment charge basis, which shows replenishment charge at $1.44 per HCF. And yet on page 13 and slide 13, it shows the GS replenishment cost at $5.25 per HCF. What am I missing there?
I'm sorry, what page
So
are you on?
it's the lower
23, I think you
number if you
23, I think.
recover that cost from all customers. So if you were to recover the replenishment costs from tier 1 users and tier 2 users, all you, as you currently do, it comes the denominator is a much larger number because you're using a lot more, you're spreading it over a lot more water. So you come up with $1.44, which is the current rate. But if you only have tier 2 customers recovering those costs, then the denominator is a smaller number, and so you get a much larger number.
Okay, that answers that.
I'm sorry, are you asking about the $1.65?
Yeah, because
Yeah, I had the same question. It turns out that's the number that we're using with the current
right,
schedule
yeah.
on
Among everybody.
everybody out.
I just wanted to make sure.
I had the
because-
same question.
Yeah, because it sits here, it's basically in a GSA replenishment charge basis, so it implies that that's the number going to be used in the new rate. But I see what you're saying there, Mark. And of course, the other question I have is the change in the width of the tiers. In the original one, we came up with a tier width of 24 HCF, and all of a sudden we're down to 20 based on these losses. When I read the original draft report, one thing that helped sell me on this whole plan was the fact that those lower tier users, the ones that weren't using the money that is going to, for the GSA, we're going to get a benefit by having a wider tier of up to 24, I believe. And now we're saying that because of losses that the district incurs in pumping the water, we're going to pass that loss cost on to the ratepayer. I'm trying to, come to grips with that. It seems like, losses in the system and that type of thing is something that the water district, it's a fixed loss that occurs. Obviously, you couple with 8.1%, it must be a fixed loss that you occur all the time. So, why is it why is the customer being responsible for that? And I have a problem with that a little bit because I was sort of excited the fact that Tier 1 was going to 24 HCF, and so that there is some relief to the ratepayer in the long term about the amount of water they get at the low rate. So I'm not quite sure I understand.
Can I address that?
Yes.
So the thing is that ratepayers pay all costs.
Right.
Right. I mean, the district doesn't pay for anything. The ratepayers pay for everything, and so someone has to pay for those losses. And the way that it was proposed previously, and I appreciate this the input that we got from Director Latorre because it was a great catch that we were basically going to be charging just the Tier 2 users for those losses and not the other customers. We were only assigning the cost of those losses to the Tier 2 users. And in reality, all customers should share in the cost of those losses because all customers use water. So it's just in proportionate to how much total water they're using. If they use 100 units, then they should pay for the lost water associated with 100 units, and if they use 5 units, they should pay they'll pay a smaller portion, but the same percentage.
Maybe it's the terminology. Yes, I understand ratepayers pay for everything, but I don't believe that in the past that was something that we've done. So this is something that is sort of just reared up. I see Ty has something to say.
Those losses just pertain to the GSA portion that there's a cost for the loss, and then there's that cost, operationally is already factored in, but then there's a GSA cost for those losses.
I'm still
Now
trying
I'm
to
confused.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around that one, because if that's the case, then it should be, everything's being absorbed in the second tier if we go to a two-tier system. So I'm sort of having a problem. I feel like those losses in the past were always sort of calculated into, it's based on, I don't want to call it a fixed, but it's always going to be there. And so maybe it was absorbed in our fixed costs at one point, and now we're moving over to the variable cost.
Well,
That's
the
what-
way that your replenishment fees were set up previously is basically the district said, okay, what's our total replenishment fee to the groundwater authority going to be? And it was X million dollars. And then you said, well, okay, what's our total water sales to customers, which is a different number than how much you pump.
Right.
The amount that you sell to customers is different than the amount that you pump by exactly that number by the losses. And so your existing rates were already accounting for those losses because it was dividing the total fee of the replenishment fee by your total sales to customers. And so that was effectively spreading those losses out to all the customers already. And that's exactly what we're basically just trying to keep with exactly the same practice that you've been doing for the last 4 years.
So did the math not work out financially in the final proposal as compared to the draft proposal? In other words, I'm saying that the math all worked out for finances based on the tier width at 24, and then all of a sudden we changed it to 20. Did we find out financially we were hurting ourselves, or something was happening there between the draft and the final?
Director Retora correctly pointed out that, and you'll notice that the difference in the fee, the tier 2 or the replenishment fee from last a few weeks ago was $6 and something cents instead of $5.25. Basically, we were going to be overcharging tier 2 customers. We were going to be putting all of those losses on tier 2 customers, and now we're spreading it out across all your customers. So it wasn't that you were going to have a shortfall. It was that tier 2 customers were going to be overpaying. So that's why we're proposing to go with this route.
Okay. I think I've got that. I'm not sure I agree entirely with the tier width change from 24 to 20, but I'll think that over while others may have questions.
I've got a few, if you don't mind. I'm just going to start at the front here on, I guess it would be slide number 7, Mark. And this is Chuck Griffin, and I appreciate your time tonight. Looking at the financial forecast, the debt strategy, you mentioned that the district will be going out for a bond, and then I also see the 6.6 million. Is that only for the anticipated $20 million that first year, and then you're expecting cash revenues? Because I know we discussed at our previous meeting about bonding some of this out with the state fund, so I was just curious where that was at, or if I was looking at this wrong.
I'll have to defer to Chai on his latest thinking of exactly the timing of the debt and the form of the debt, but I would assume that he would bundle it into a single debt issue because it is a pretty labor-intensive process, so you probably just want to issue one debt.
Correct. It'd be one debt for the 7.7 million, and this 6.6 million interest expense would be for the whole 30 years.
For the whole 30 years' time?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking 13 million over 30 years.
Essentially, yes.
Essentially, okay. Okay, and then if we go to page 7, slide 13, I have some questions. As Ron did on the tiers, I'm a little bit more comfortable after looking through this with reducing, because I believe our previous tier 3 was 21. That's correct, Mark, right?
Yeah.
Tier
Okay,
2 is
so
24.
if we have 27% of our customers are in tier 2, the way you have it designed now, and then Is that correct? Yeah, 27%. What is and 73% of our sales are in tier one. How much does it change if we go back to the 24% or the 24 units? Is it drastic? Does it make it like 14% and 80%, or is that a big factor? And then my other comment on that is.
Let him answer that
Oh, okay,
question
answer
first.
first.
Let me pop open the previous presentation that has the older numbers in there. Let's see.
Mark, Mr. President, can I just say something real quick?
Yes.
The changes from the 24 to the 20 HCF, it wasn't made for any financial reason. It was made as an equitable distribution of costs. What was happening, the losses were only being charged to the tier two, when in fact, the losses occur throughout the system, throughout the year, in the result of delivering tier one water and tier two water. And so what we did is we took that 8%, and instead of throwing it all into tier two, we distributed amongst tier one and tier two. So all the customers are paying the losses, which is a cost of doing business, because there's no utility that I'm aware of that has no losses in delivery.
Okay, and I'm not questioning that. I understand that. And I'm good with the tier two at 20 now after looking at it, because I believe we are giving tier one, tier two, and tier three previous users tier one water. So it will only be tier four users that are going to be tier two, the way this new chart looks to me. So we're allowing for indoor water, and extra outdoor water in tier one, going off of our old chart. So I believe most of our users will see a reduction. Actually, 73% are going to see a reduction for a couple of years, the way I look at it. So I'm good with that.
Can we get his answer about if you change that to 24?
To change it to 24?
What happens with the percent of water
Okay.
sales? If you could do that.
It was 78% with 24.
38%?
70.
Or
78%.
78%?
78% would be in
Okay,
tier
so it's a
two.
5% change.
That's not.
Exactly.
Okay.
And
And sorry, the percent changes aren't regarding the amount of water sales. That's just regarding the rates above. So the percentages are regarding the change in the rates above them, the $2.06 to $2.71, and then the percent of water sales is just the total number of gallons sold in tier one versus tier two.
Okay, and then my other question was, and I'm sure it's here, I'm probably just missing it. I'm seeing that our new fixed revenue is 61.3%. Our previous was 62.3, so there's actually a 1% reduction in fixed cost, but yet I see our fixed costs are actually higher at 45.98 instead of 42.86. So what is increasing that I'm missing?
So it's complicated, but part of it is the fact that there's an 8% rate increase happening in the background. So that's, as a percentage, your fixed rates would have to go up by at least 8%. And the other thing that is harder to explain, but is part of the math, is that your replenishment fee is actually expected to go down a little bit this year relative to last year, just because you're pumping less
It's going to go down.
than you did previously. So it affects the math in sort of a complicated way, but at the end of the day, that 1% shift is really just and to be honest, you know, that table that I showed you on slide 14, it's not so much that, you know, you'd really have to look at each one of these line items in all of these different categories to understand exactly which costs changed from 2018 and where your fixed costs have gone up or gone down. But this methodology is very similar but not identical to what was done in 2018. So there's any number of reasons why there was a very minor shift.
Okay. All right, and then my last question, which I know is not really included in the Prop 218, but we are going to vote potentially tonight to move forward with this, and it's included, so I'd like to address it. The construction meter, I disagree with that charge. I think that it should be charged the highest use. I agree with the tier two charge, but I believe that if they're going to be charged over the cost of a 2-inch meter, they should get the allocation of the 2-inch meter before it goes into the next tier, or there should be just a basic charge like there is for a 3/4 inch meter, and then you pay the higher usage, but you're not getting the same benefits as a 2-inch meter through the construction. So that's gonna cause the cost of construction to go up. It's also gonna cause a lot of special events to not happen in this town because it's all gonna be higher usage. And that's just my thoughts on that. And I appreciate your time in answering those questions, Mark.
Thank you.
All right, Vice President Boyd, any questions?
Actually, we've been talking about this quite a bit for the past few months, so Mark's been very helpful in helping me understand what's going on here, but something did pop up. Actually, I had it in my notes, and I actually heard from a public member with a similar question. When we talk about our zone charges, right now we include in zone charges the cost for pumping water around our different districts in the valley, right? Pretty much, it's just if it costs $1.50 to move it up to tier 4 versus 50 cents in tier 1, or sorry, tiers zones. So it's basically the economics of moving the water around. The point that was raised was there's also infrastructure that's in place in different zones that different zones don't take advantage of, like folks in Zone A don't get advantage of the infrastructure investments that are going in Zone 5 or Zone E or F. Is there a way for us to make those recovery costs more equitable across the different zone payers? Am I making any sense?
Can you give an example of?
So we're putting in, as an example, we're just putting in, gateway tanks up in the highest area in the valley, right? B zone. Okay, so the A zone isn't directly benefiting.
That's not 100% accurate.
That's what I'm questioning.
When we put the B zone reservoirs in, that because of the PRVs, we're actually able to supplement the A zone with that.
Okay.
Yeah, like we're doing right now.
So all the infrastructure is going on, say, at the higher zones in the valley that may or may not directly affect or benefit those in the lower zones.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's
Is the question.
Cost to pump the water is all that we are charging.
That's all we currently collect, yeah.
What it costs to lift the water up the elevation.
Yeah, now I'm introducing the thought that maybe the cost of the infrastructure that's necessary to support those higher level users in the valley might also be in the future considered in this zone charge as a way to make the cost of delivering water to the customers appropriate or even to what it costs to them to get their water.
So the zones aren't separate, they're all interconnected.
Right.
And if any equipment on any particular zone fails, the other zones can supply water to the affected zone. So they are getting a benefit from it.
That's what you just said, Jason, right? In other words, if something happens in some, like the B zone right now, which the B zone people are paying that pumping charge to get it there, it may use to supplement Zone A if something's going on. And that charge isn't passed on to Zone A, it's still, it wouldn't be, that's right, because they're not getting charged a zone charge.
Right.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
So I think maybe the most extreme example is the college versus somebody sitting in the intermediate field off of Balsam Avenue. I mean, the infrastructure required to get water to the folks on Balsam Avenue is different than the infrastructure required to get water to the college. And yet I think the costs of that infrastructure are being shared equally across all of the water users in the valley. And I'm just proposing an idea to think that maybe in the future, and maybe this is a workshop topic, I'm not trying to suggest we stop the rate study because I don't think this is a worthy item, but when I noticed the zone change or charge, it made me think about, these other components of our system that may be more equitably, costs may be more equitably collected.
I think you're opening up
it's an interesting topic that is one way to think of it is what we call the postage stamp approach, right? It costs the same to mail a letter to someone across the street as it does to mail a letter to Alaska. And so that's generally a principle that water utilities try to follow to try to keep things simple, because it's a very slippery slope when you try to start parsing out different projects and who's going to pay for them and drawing lines around different groups of customers and who benefits and tracking those costs and whatnot. And to be honest, even the zone charge is an example of an exception to that postage stamp approach that you won't find in every water utility. There are some water utilities that do not charge a zone charge, even though they do have topography that could justify it. It's not something that utilities always do, but it's usually about as far as you'll ever see a district go in terms of charging a different rate to different customers depending on where they live, unless one group of customers is fed by gravity while another receives pressurized treatment, that type of thing. But in terms of trying to track specific capital projects and this group of customers has newer infrastructure serving them or has a better tank or whatnot, that would be a very slippery slope.
Yeah, thanks for that perspective, Mark.
I'd also add that, I mean, you could say that people in Zone A have enjoyed far more storage because there's far more people. Yet people in D and E and all that pay for their fair share of that.
Yeah, if we had leaks in the system, Zone A would be the last customers to lose water.
Another reason to keep it simple is what if a pipeline breaks that's feeding a particular neighborhood? Then repairs of that pipeline would have to be charged to that neighborhood because nobody else is getting a benefit except that neighborhood. So I think that the postage stamp model in this case is more than appropriate.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
Jim,
that.
you have a comment?
Yeah, but it happened about 20 years ago, but I think the district was actually challenged on this, and the case went all the way to the Supreme Court. It had to do with the way that the costs were allocated for capital projects, and I'm pretty sure it's consistent with just what they said. You only have to go so far in being able to break down the costs, otherwise you do get into a slippery slope. Mallory, I'll look for that decision, and if it is in line with that, I'll pass it on.
All right, is that it?
And that's the conclusion of my questions and observations.
All right, Director Rotora.
Thank you. I have probably more than I would. We didn't get a chance to review this in the Finance Committee, so I've got a few questions here. I guess and a couple of them already been addressed, actually, although I have a slightly different slant on a couple of things. If you go to page 8, page 8 of the report.
Of the actual report.
The actual report, right. It says that the annual growth rate will continue at an average of 0.3% for the planning period. I looked through the document for a definition of the growth rate, and I couldn't find one. Can you explain what the growth rate is defined to be? I'm assuming that you've got something in your model that uses a growth rate.
Yeah, so the growth rate's really just how we measure the future connection fee revenue, and it would be a 0.3% increase in the number of equivalent meters in the service area. It also, you also get a little bit more revenue because you'll have 0.3% more customers every year, so you'll get that much more rate revenue, so we account for that as well.
Okay, so that's what goes into your model. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. A little bit lower on that page, it talks about, pardon me, water demand is anticipated to remain constant. Based upon all the data I've seen over the last 2 or 3 years, we're actually been going down and quite frankly, these new rates, especially around the old tier 3, are significantly higher. I'm curious why you think the water usage is going to stay the same.
It's not so much that I think it's going to stay the same. It's that if I assume that water usage is going down, then that means we need to charge customers more, because you all understand how that works. When you sell less water, you actually need to raise your rates. So I'm being perhaps optimistic from a conservation standpoint, or from a financial standpoint and from a defensibility standpoint. I don't want to raise rates more than I have to, based on what we know. And I don't have a crystal ball, and we don't know what the weather patterns are going to do for the next 5 years. So the best that we can do, or probably the most responsible thing we can do, is to just, take what water sales are now and just assume that they're going to stay the same. If they drop significantly or increase significantly, then that would represent maybe a situation where the district will have to relook at its rates and make sure that they're still appropriate. But it's just like inflation. Everyone's worried that inflation's going to be crazy over the next 5 years, but I've assumed that it will be at 3%, because I don't have a crystal ball in terms of what's going to happen over the next 5 years.
Okay. Well, I just recall that about 10 or 12 years ago, we asked people to conserve without assuming that the water pumping would go down, and we almost went broke. And now we're not asking them to conserve, but what we are doing is raising the rates in a few places fairly significantly. And I'm just wondering whether or not it's wouldn't behoove us to make some assumptions or look at and analyze, should we assume it's going down? Because we don't want to make the same mistake twice. But
So that time you're referring to, I believe that was the finances of the district were based on almost solely usage charges. So that is not directly comparable to your.
It's different now, and not only that, but we've got a reserve that we didn't have before. We had let the reserve go down to nothing, and then we asked the people to conserve, and then we wonder why we almost went broke.
Right.
Yeah, but okay.
So it's just a planning assumption.
Well, but it's a planning assumption that does impact costs. That is.
All planning assumptions impact costs.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of which planning assumptions do you need
Then it's not just a planning assumption. It is basically also a cost assumption.
Planning assumptions will always lead to an effect on the cost.
Okay, let's proceed to page 13. See, we made 8, we went to 8 to 13. I think there's a figure there that you address in the paragraph, and you say the details are provided in Schedule 2. And I went to Schedule 2, and it turns out what's in Schedule 2. Now, you obviously made some change to what is in the report relative to the brief you just gave, with the major problem being that in FY23, that is the high point as opposed to 22. But when I look back at Schedule 2, it appeared that there were several of those years that were much higher than are in Schedule 2. So you might go back and look at that to verify that this really does represent Schedule 2.
Well, one thing to keep in mind is that Schedule 2 is expressed in 2022 dollars. And I apologize, that should be notated. Usually I have it notated, whereas the graph is going to show the numbers after assumptions for inflation.
Okay, well, I guess if somebody picks up this document and starts looking at it and they see this figure here and then they go back and when you refer back to Schedule 2, it would be nice to have some consistency and traceability is all. So if you would go back, I mean, you obviously made at least one change to it, from what it was. And I did, obviously, I haven't had time to look to see if there are other changes, but, okay, going on
Before
to,
you press on, go ahead.
I think I see what Stan's saying, and maybe I misunderstood Mark. If you look at Table 2 and you look at 2022, it's 1.7 million, and 2023 fiscal is 9.5. And that corresponds to the bar that they're showing on fiscal 2022. It's sort of like it's off 1 year.
yeah, in that particular case, it's off by 1 year.
Everything is off.
But,
1 year, yeah.
well, but there are also some other numbers later on that just seemed like there were a couple that were in.
But I agree with you. If I was
$1 million.
just looking at this, I'd say, okay, fiscal year 2022, let me go to the capital spending chart, and I look at 22, and I go, wait a minute, that doesn't match. So I'm wondering why, and Mark maybe answer that, why the table fiscal year doesn't match the fiscal year on the historic chart that is on the page.
Or even
Yeah.
just a note in there indicating that one is FY $22 and one is, whatever it is, just so that people don't get confused when they look at the chart.
So I see on the bottom of Table 2, it says expressed in 2022 dollars.
On the bottom of
Of the table, you see it there, a little asterisk.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but also,
So before you were pressing on, would your concerns about Figure 3 be addressed by having a notation about fiscal year funds?
well, I don't know. I mean, I have to see the revised graph probably. I mean, it's up to Mark if,
Okay, hold on a
if he
second.
looks at it and they don't match up, he should change them so they match.
Mr. Hildebrand?
Straightforward. Okay,
With regard to Figure 3, did you say you would normally have a notation about the chart for clarification?
Yeah, well, I was talking about Schedule 2 doesn't have one, but figure, they shall be notated as appropriate, so I'll make sure that I do that.
Table 2.
Okay,
okay.
so
Well, I think he gets the message. He just needs to see that they make some logical sense in terms of comparison.
Okay, so
I don't want to belabor it all night.
the change then for that particular figure, the requested change will be for a notation for clarification.
Okay, let's press on to page 14. On Table 2, as opposed to Schedule 2, there are 3 debt numbers. One is a 1.5 million, one is 2.5 million, and one is 3.4 million, which comes to a total of, I believe, $7.4 million of debt, capital spending. Now, that actually is less than what we originally started with, so that's good. But if you compare that with what is on page 16 for debt proceeds spending, it says there's $7.7 million. And if you look at page 15, it says the debt spending is $8.2 million. So, I mean, obviously, hopefully one of them is correct and it can be changed to get consistency through. I mean, the pages are right next to each other, so it becomes pretty obvious if somebody's looking at it.
So what's your
The
question?
consistency.
What's your question?
The question is, can you make the 3 pages, 14, 15, and 16, say the same thing?
Or explain why they,
Or explain, sure.
right,
Absolutely.
right. Mr. Hildebrand, please.
And there may be an explanation.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Yes, the difference between Table 2 and the pro forma in Figure 4 is certainly because of the just inflation that I mentioned. The Table 2 is in 2022 dollars, whereas that cash flow figure in figure 4 is or incorporates 3% inflation in it. And then I believe that the 8.2 is a carryover and probably a typo from not having updated the text after a change that was made previously. So I'll make sure I correct that.
Okay, okay, thank you. Just, I think you understand. Just make them so that people don't get confused.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Stan.
And going on in, I guess on page 15 is where I have my note written, although it could be on page 14. This paragraph might be a good place to state the projected interest rate and the loan initiation date. I looked through the entire report looking for an interest rate and couldn't find it, neither could I find a date by which we were actually going to make the loan. Could you tell me what the assumption was? Well, I mean, I would like you to add it to the report, but also if you could tell me what we're assuming for an interest rate and what you're assuming for a date that we're actually going to take the loan out.
So I think, but Director Rotor is asking is, did you include that in the text, and if so, where?
Okay, it looks like
That'd be another way of saying it, yeah. Yeah, that would be good.
Go ahead, Mark.
It looks like the interest rate is not included in text. I would be happy to add that.
Okay.
And I'm just pulling up, I just want to make sure I give you the right percentage. I'm pulling up the model right now so that you know what we assumed. And it is, we are assuming 4.3%.
Okay, that's what Ty got from our consultant, I believe. Okay, and is that a 20-year loan or a 30-year loan?
That's 30 years.
Okay, 30 years. And what date were you assuming that we would actually take that loan out?
That loan would be issued in fiscal 24, so somewhere between July of 2023 and June of 2024.
Okay. Okay, but if you would add that to the write-up, the percentage and the year and the initiation date?
Absolutely.
Okay, going on to page 16. Oh, okay, this one has been brought up before. And I'm not sure I understood where it was going. Based upon the conversation we had 3 or 4 or 5 months ago when you or somebody, maybe it was Ty, I don't know, proposed that we have cash financing for capital, we said, no, we want to actually do debt finance. My understanding from that conversation and discussion was that the board objective is to continue debt financing with state revolving fund loans. That's the reason for the state actually having those loans. And then the fallback position would be debt financing with a conventional loan, and that's how we came up with the 4.3% interest rate. And I don't see anything in the strategy that addresses that particular issue. And as well, I don't recall ever seeing a backup to what we talked about is going back to a cash capital, which is what we rejected back 4 or 5 months ago. So can you tell me what the evolution is going from where we were 4 or 5 months ago to this? Because I guess my concern, quite frankly, is that this is driving the rate increases something significantly, whereas going to a state revolving fund would allow us to keep our rates much lower.
Yeah, we've already addressed the state revolving fund. We're preparing for the worst in that we're bond financing if we cannot get the state revolving fund. So we have to prepare for that 4.3% rather than the lower SRF rate.
I totally agree with the first 3 or 4 years yeah, I mean, because we don't know. I mean, whether we're going to be able to get in a timely manner the state revolving fund, but the problem that I see is that then at the end of the first bond, we're going to rely on cash capital again, which is what we originally said, no, we don't want to do.
Dan, you should be asking a question. What is the question you're trying
Well,
to
the
get at?
question is why, after the board said we don't want cash capital financing, do I see it thrown back into our strategy?
It's because the bond financing only covers 3 specific large item projects. We have other smaller, regular capital projects that will be continuing during that time that will not be covered by the bond, and that's.
Oh, no, understand. But when we talked about this at the finance meeting, you came up with a number for cash capital as being $2 million. When I asked about that, you said, oh, it's in the budget we went through in June. But when I went back to the budget in June, I came up with $1.4 million. And what I see here is funding for $5 million a year, and that does drive that price. So it seems to me that it's a major change to what we had originally agreed to.
That 5 million a year is an average, which includes the bond financed capital as well. Just overall capital expenditures average over that 5 years, or actually I think it looked out 10 years, was 5 million a year. There'll be some years that are higher, some that are lower, depending on which projects are being worked on at that time.
And it just seems to me that we're increasing our rates significantly, and we could, assuming that we figure out how to do the state revolving fund, the major projects we can still fund based upon another 3 or 4 or 5 years out, another bond issue, and that would be much cheaper for our ratepayers in the long run. So my feeling, I mean, that's actually a board issue in my mind.
Actually, it's cheaper in the short run. It's more
I'm
expensive
sorry,
in the
you're
long
right.
run.
It's cheaper in the short run. You're right. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay, so Stan, I'm going to ask you to halt for just a moment, and Director Griffin has a question that he forgot to ask in his first round.
Thank you. I'll ask it quick. Mark, if you go back to slide number 13, I just want to clarify something, so I'm making sure. The tier 1, the district cost is 182 per unit, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then for tier 2, the district cost is also 182 per 100 cubic feet, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the GSA cost is a complete pass-through. The district will generate no revenue from that. That will just be to pay the GA fee. So we've never had a rate structure like this, so I'm kind of concerned. I just want to clarify. If by chance the GSA fee went away, could the district survive on this set rate structure where both customers would be paying the exact same amount? Because there would be no difference in costs for tier 1 or tier 2. So that concerns me a little bit because we've always seen a higher fee. So I'm a little concerned about that.
The answer is yes, absolutely.
Okay.
It's a uniform rate structure, which is quite common. And yes, you absolutely would survive. You would be fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you.
President? Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think the uniform rate structure there, I mean, for once, we can say the cost per HCF is the same for everybody.
For everybody.
The only change you see in your bill is based on what the GSA costs
GSA
are.
costs.
And I want to make one comment about financing options. Correct me if I'm wrong, but these proposed increases this year, let's say 1 year or we find out that the state option is available. Like Ty, you said, this is planning for the worst case. But if the financing became optional through the state and saved us some money, these percentages could be changed because each year we vote on the increase, whether we're going to move ahead with it or not.
That's correct.
Not that we've ever done that, and typically in most areas you don't change it, but if there was to be a drastic change in financing costs that could be lowered, let's say 2024, 25 from 8% to 7%, I would depend on our finance department to make that recommendation.
Well, I think that's happened several times.
The board always has
Right.
the option of
Right.
going lower. You can't go higher, but you can go lower depending on circumstances.
But I would hope
And that
that-
has been done in the past.
But I would hope our department, if they saw that opportunity, would bring it forward to the board saying, hey, we've got this happening and we can recommend this.
Exactly.
That's where it should
what
come
we
from,
would
is
do.
what I'm saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
State fund money, we wouldn't have to have as drastic of an increase because the interest rate would be lower.
Right, we would evaluate that at that year and say.
But I want to make sure that recommendation comes from his department. Not one of us coming up with it or something, hey, we basically can do it. It's got to come through the finance.
Okay.
And I think Mr. Worth has told us in the past that if a interest rate in a given year is like, say, 8%, if we wanted to reduce it to 6%, that is permissible?
You can go down, you can't go up. I wish it was that easy to change an interest rate.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no, that's what I thought.
I think
you said.
that's exactly what Ron was getting at, yes.
Yeah.
We would have the
Right.
ability to address any changes.
Yeah, the state revolving fund this year is 1.1%. 1.1%. That's pretty good interest. Now, probably going to go up next year because the bond sales this year went up, and it's basically 1/2 of what the state pays for bonds this year will be, or it will be no more than 1/2 of what the state paid for bonds this year. So, but I guess what I am concerned about the heavy increase in the rates.
Other than we've had that as a future agenda item on our finance committee, that we needed to strategize how we were going to select an SRF representative and get them started. Creeker and Stewart was mentioned. There are other sources that we're aware of. We'll probably be coming back to the board at the first meeting next year to make a recommendation on who that should be,
Okay, thank you.
or soon.
Yeah. Okay, still on,
How many questions do you have, Director Rotora?
2 or 3 more,
Two
probably?
or three more?
Yeah.
Proceed.
Yeah, yeah, like I say, we didn't get a chance to talk about this
fine.
at the
I just was curious.
committee meeting,
All
so,
right, press on.
yes, we will press on. On page 16, there is in the bottom part of the figure, a red number, which is 1.44.
That's right.
And that is the debt coverage ratio. Now, I can recreate that number if I assume that we are paying $494,000 in debt service this year. However, if I assume we don't start paying the debt service until next year, I get a number calculated at 1.74.
Director Rotora, could you phrase that as a question, please?
Yes, did you, in your calculation of the 1.44, assume that we were paying the debt service this year? And I would point out that if you go to
Can you hold on, please,
Schedule
and
3,
let Mark answer the question?
well, I don't want to set him up, all right? I'm trying to be a good guy here.
Well, let's just
So-
go ahead and let Mark take a swing at it.
And the Schedule 3 shows us paying
Stan, could you
this
wait,
year.
please? Mr. Director Rotora, please wait. Mark?
I'll have to check the model and get back to you. Can't do that on the fly here, but I'll certainly, if that's the case, then we'll certainly fix it. And I assure you, it won't change any of the recommendations.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. But on line 35 for FY '23, it shows $494,000. So in any event, so I would like you to go through and correct that if indeed you made an error.
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay, next question, Director Rotorua.
Yes. Oh, by the way, I do, on page 23, I had the same comment as Ron did earlier, and that the $1.65 is also on page 24, $1.65. And my feeling is that was really supposed to be $6.64, I believe, but now it has been changed, if I understand correctly what you've done. In going from 24 units of water to 20 units of water took the number from 6.64 down to 5 1/4. Am I stating that correctly?
Well, what's going on is I don't see the $1.65 on page 24. I do see it on page 23, and that's simply describing your existing rates.
Oh, that is, okay. Okay. And on page 24, you say you can't find the $1.65?
I don't see it. I'm not on my copy. Maybe you have an older draft, but I don't see a $1.65 on page 20.
On figure 6, it says $1.65, and I think that was just a typo.
Where?
Because
Okay.
Obviously, if you look in Schedule 5, it says it's $6.64.
Oh, okay.
You must have a different draft than I have because I'm looking at 525 for the GSA replacement.
Okay. Well, I think if you go ahead and correct it to the 525 that you gave in your presentation, everything will work out fine.
Great.
Okay, on page 25, you talk about what happens if the GA changes their rates. And that's good. However, what happens, or how do we respond to?
Ken, do you mind if I interject here quickly? And Jim, maybe you want to step in or Ty, but I think you're talking about section 3-3-3 or 3.3.3, which has been struck from the latest report that may not have made it into the packet, or maybe you didn't get that. But Ty, could you, or Don, could you speak to that?
I guess I took it from what Ty sent out in the mail 3 or 4 days ago.
Yeah, that's an older draft copy.
Yeah,
So
Stan,
I guess what you can-
the language, the entire section 3.3.2 has been removed from the
Oh,
most recent draft study. So all of the language in there is now gone.
oh, okay. And I guess my question was going to be, what happens if instead of the GA changing rates, our pumping changes? But I guess that's probably not pertinent now.
The moot now, yeah, all right.
Okay. On page 26, this is something that I think Chuck Griffin brought up. What you have in the writing says that, we're just going to go back to what we did in 2018, although we didn't have a replenishment fee and we didn't have a pumping fee back then. And it seems to me that it's, and by the way, there was that other thing that was going on, which was the base capacity, extra capacity, and peak extra capacity involved in that as well. It seems to me that maybe saying we go back to 2018, we should actually look at it again. Just because there's some major changes that have come about. And my other.
Stan, is that a question?
Comment?
Was that a question? Can you phrase that as a
Yeah,
question?
yeah. Is there any reason to go back because of those major changes and revisit it? Because there's nothing like what was in the 218 manual or the report.
Talk about reviewing the 218 changes.
On the construction meters, there was a discussion on how they came up with their numbers. It did not include a replenishment fee. It did not include a pumping fee. And yet we're saying that, very similar, we'll just go with it. I guess I'm just saying, maybe that wasn't quite the right thing.
Go ahead, Ms.
Let's talk through them really quickly. So the zone charge is a charge that captures the cost of lifting water from low elevation to high elevation. So that's not going to be affected by the GSA whatsoever. So that methodology remains the same. The bulk water rate is a function of the way that the bulk water rates are calculated is a function of your existing rate structure. So in a sense, it is changing. The methodology staying the same as it was in 2018, but we're basically taking the same approach in that we're reflecting the costs that are being charged by everybody else and putting them in the bulk water rate. So that is capturing the changes that you mentioned because it's incorporating the current rates into those rates. The construction meter rate is the exception, right? And again, I think that the draft that you're looking at is old, but in the draft that I'm looking at, we're saying that we're going to be charging the tier 2 rates, which by definition includes those fees that you're asking about. The replenishment fee will be in tier 2, so that is incorporated. And the private fire rates is simply an infrastructure cost associated with private fire lines, so that's not going to be affected by the replenishment rate.
Okay. I guess I have a philosophical issue with a 2-inch meter being used. The capacity of a 2-inch meter is such, I mean, they're being charged for being able to 24 hours a day have a 2-inch meter capacity, when the capacity that they're really talking about here is the size of the truck. And it seems to me that they're being overcharged if they're being charged for a 2-inch meter that could be used 24 hours a day, 365 days. But I'll let Chuck follow up on that if he wants to. Okay, let's go to S2. If we look at page S2, my only comment is that line 43, and I'm going to get to a question here, by the way, in just 1 second, David. Line 43, the total capital program does not appear to be carried forward to the Schedule 3 cash flow pro forma on line 30. And there should be traceability. And I guess my question is, do you see line 23 being carried forward, or am I seeing things? Line 30 is supposed to be the total capital spending. And I look at the bottom of page S2, which is row 43, and I don't see those numbers.
I believe Mr.
Some of them are close, but
I believe he's ready to answer your question. So go ahead, Mr. Hildebrand.
Well, I am looking back and forth, and you're right, to the extent that the bottom line in capital two, like, with the understanding that this is in 2022 dollars and Schedule 3 is not, they should be a bit different. I would be a bit different, increasingly so as you go out towards the end of the planning period. But I am noticing some differences that I can't immediately explain, so I will have to circle back to you on that.
Okay, yeah, I just, again, for traceability, you know, it'd be nice for when people go through to see the same thing.
Well, they're not going to see the same thing because of what I mentioned.
Well, no, not the same thing, but a logical extrapolation or extension of the same thing. I understand how the numbers aren't going to be exactly the same. My understanding is that on line 36, that is the total capital expenses. That includes the total capital spending as well as the debt service. And when I look at line 36, I say to myself, line 36 should be bigger than line 30. And in at least one place, it's not. And that would be...
That's the wrong interpretation, because line 30 would be the larger number, would be total capital spending.
Right.
Whereas 36 would be cash flow. So if you're going to be debt financing a project, then the actual cash flow will be lower. So yeah, so the line 36 it would be higher for some reasons, to be lower for other reasons. It would be higher because it includes debt service, and it would be lower because it doesn't include, if something gets debt financed, it's only going to include the debt service, not the entire cost of the project.
It would be helpful to us who actually look at these things if you would put annotations alongside the columns, like you've got on 36 and you've got on 30, how you calculated things. If you could add, I mean, some of them aren't calculated, but there are a lot of them that are calculated. As like the debt coverage.
The rows that you're trying to compare, rows 30 and 36, both are annotated, and I believe that comes from a previous question you had about that. So 36 shows that it's the sum of 31, 32, 33, 34.
Yeah, 30, but 30, the 30 is, like I say, is 32, 33, 34, but 36 is 31, 32, 33, and 34. So all you're doing is taking and adding 31 to 32, 33, and 34. And unless there's a negative number in there, and I don't see any, 36 should always be equal or greater than 30. I'll look at it, and if you could add some notations along the side like you have in some of them, to help explain where these things came from, it would be very helpful.
Okay.
And then I couldn't find where the debt-funded capital was. That is, when I looked through the capital costs, I expected to see in FY 24 and 25 a line that says new debt funding, and I don't see that, but it could be somewhere else, pardon me, in there, but I mean, it is capital costs, and we are borrowing 7.7 or 7.4 or 8.2 million dollars. So one way or another, that those numbers should be incorporated into that section that's entitled capital costs.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, where the devil is the new debt capital funding? Thank you.
The new debt capital fund.
Well, there's, you've got COP, that's old debt funding, right? And that's COP, and then there's the facilities fee, we know what that is. And pay-go, that's nothing more than the cash capital. But I don't see the new capital funding in there.
So you mean the debt, the projects that are being funded with debt are not shown?
The capital funding in FY 24-25, and I assume it'll go on to 26, of that $7.7 million. Where is that added into the total capital spending?
I can add that row if that makes it more clear.
And would you agree that is a capital expense in those 2 years?
The debt finance,
the debt financing that we're going to pay 4.3% for?
Yeah, I mean, it won't be a cash flow event, but it will be capital spending. And I agree that adding a row in there that explicitly shows how much of the capital will be debt financed would be helpful for this table. So I'm happy to go ahead and add that.
Okay, because we've got 2018 COP, so it just seems logical we would be consistent and add the new debt. Also, I'd like to point out that you also have in 2024, a full year of debt service. And my feeling is that may be a little bit extreme because we're not going to know until the middle of FY 24 whether we can get a state revolving fund loan. And so that's probably a little high.
Okay.
It may be, and that can be reevaluated later on if it turns out we can indeed get the state fund.
Well, we can't,
The planning is.
we've got to determine whether or not we're going to be able to do the state revolving fund loan before we commit to a 4.3% loan.
And that, it's a planning assumption, Stan. Do you have any more questions?
Just a second. I'm trying to see if I can understand my own writing. Oh, yeah, I think for the board, not for Mark. The cash capital line, which is line 32, he calls it pay-go. When you start looking in the out years, we're doing cash capital funding in the order of well over $5 million. And that means that what we have done is raised our rates to generate that, to bring in cash. And that was what I was saying earlier, not a Mark issue. It's a board issue. I thought we had agreed before that we weren't going to do cash capital. And I still personally believe that's what we should do. But that is all of my questions now, David.
Very good, thank you. Do any other directors have any other questions?
I don't have a question, I have a comment. And I would like the board to consider this before we move forward with a vote, and that is this construction meter. Because I do have a issue with the charges. As a contractor, we currently pay $206 a month for a meter, plus the usage, which is fine. But if this switches over, the new rate will be $223 a month, whether you use water or not, with no allocation. If a customer has a 2-inch meter, it's cheaper. It's $215 for a 2-inch meter, and they get 128 units of allocation. So at the 182. So the same bill would cost a customer $448 a month to have a 2-inch meter at their house, but a contractor would be $1158.86 to use the same amount of water with a 2-inch meter. So this is gonna put a huge cost to the contractors for one, which is gonna get passed on, but events such as viewfinders that come in that use way more than 100 units when they're out doing the events at the fairgrounds. Anybody that comes in is gonna be responsible for paying this, and it's gonna put a lot of these events to where they cannot happen. So I don't have a problem with paying the higher fee for the water and covering the replenishment fee, but I don't think that the contractor should be charged the $225 a month to have a meter that is not capable of putting out water 24 hours a day. It's just something that you hook up. It costs $3,000 a year to have it, whether you use it or not. So I think it needs to be looked at, and I would like to do that before we go into a 218 because it won't get looked at later on. So I would hope you guys would consider that because I don't think it's.
What's the monthly increase from what it is now to what it's going to be?
It's not a huge monthly increase, right? But right now it's $21 or so is the increase.
All right.
But there is no allocation for usage.
I realize that.
So that's the huge, if we allocate and say it's the same rate, but you get 128 units, just like you do in a 2-inch meter, I'm great with it. It's the same thing. But if we don't do it, I don't think it's equal. So if we make it the same as a 2-inch meter, you give 128 units, charge the $200 fee, $223, and give an allocation of 128 units, then it's the same. But if not, it's different.
Okay.
Mr. President, unless there's other comments from the board, I'd like to move ahead with some kind of a motion in a second before we go to any other public comment.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation as presented to us with the recommended clarifications, not changes, recommended clarifications, and that we also direct staff to prepare for a public hearing.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. So before we open the board debate, I'd like to get public comment. Are there any public comments? I'm sorry, hold on. Oh, we need Judy's mic on. Okay, go ahead.
Judy Decker. I wouldn't second your motion, Ron. I do not think you're ready for a 218 public hearing. You yourselves have too many doubts, questions, not just including Stan. I think you're going to have a hard sell when you're going to charge customers over $50 a month without any water use. It's almost that now. I'll give you an example. I have a friend who is a widow who lives in a fourplex. The landlord recently, they were a master meter. The landlord recently gave each of them a meter. And she says to me, "What in the world is going on, Judy? I spend almost $50 and I use $2.50 worth of water." She doesn't object to the GA fees. She knows what they are. But I think you need to look at what you're doing and have more discussions. Maybe you need a workshop type of meeting rather than a public hearing, which is a very formal affair. I think you also need to give yourself some choices. Should you string out all of the capital improvements you are proposing to do in the next 10 years? Should you really have a rate structure study that is going to be for 10 years, considering the unstable economic climate our country is in and our state is in? I offer you those comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other comments from those who here are assembled with us? Okay, are there any comments from our online viewers?
Yep, you got two. Let me get the first one transferred over here.
Stand by. Go ahead, caller.
Hello?
Hello.
For public comment.
Yes. Yeah. Renee, are you there?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay, as I told you at the last meeting, I live in a homeowners association, and I don't know how to convey to them. I don't really understand how much more they're going to have to pay in water, and I assume they're going to be put in the high water use category. And all those slides that you had at the meeting, I don't find them in the packet, the agenda packet. And I really don't understand. I saw they said the change was going to be in Tier 1 at the first year, I guess, 24%, and then in Tier 2 it was going to be a 2% change. But then when you look at those other charts for 2024, 5, 6, 7, I see that I guess the Tier 2 rate is going to be up to $7.89 per 100 cubic feet. How does that interpret? All I know is that my homeowners association back in 2020 consumed around 3,346 HCF for the landscape. So do I have to multiply that times the 789 to find out what it's going to be in 2027? And then do you also add on those different rates where you have 3 years of 4%? I'm sorry, 3 years of 8%, then 4 years of 6% increases, and then 4 more years of 3% increases.
Renee, can I ask a quick question? Are you talking about landscape costs for the individual homeowners or landscape costs for Heritage Village?
Landscape costs for a sub-association. There's actually 2 sub-associations in Heritage Village.
You draw your landscape.
They're both on metered water.
What size meter do you know?
Yes, my HOA that I actually live in, the sub-association, has a 1.5-inch meter.
So you get 80 units before you go to Tier 2.
Okay, that's not going to help much because, like I said, they're using 3346.
That's 80 a month? That's 80 a month.
A year.
That's 80 a month.
So you get 80 per month?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's times 12. So then you get that Tier 1 rate for the 80 per month times 12. because the yearly rate I said is like 3346 HCF.
Mm.
And then where do you go from there to figure out what your bills are going to be?
The only cost is going to be the 182 for all of your units, and then anything above 80 a month would include the GSA cost of 525 and the unit cost of, for the pumping of 0.24.
So you have to, if you're doing for the whole year, if it's 3346 for the HCF.
Well, the easiest way to figure that, Renee, would be to take your 3342 and subtract 80 out each month. So 80 times 12, and then the difference is going to be what you're going to have a GSA replenishment cost on.
Yeah, they've already been paying that. So. But you have to do the GSA cost plus the 182.
The 182 is the water district cost, and then
Okay.
the 525 plus the 24 cents, which is essentially 549, would be the GA cost.
And then you add those up, and that'll give you your annual rate of what you're going to have to pay.
Correct.
For the whole year for water. What about that? Those figures they showed that are like 789 for 2027.
That's what it would be in 2027.
Okay, but how does that 182? Okay, if you add 182 plus 525.
So, quick, Ty, would it be possible that if Renee contacted you personally, that you could help her with these numbers?
Yes.
All right. If you wouldn't mind, Renee, if you could contact
Okay.
Ty, and he'll help you work that out.
Another quick thing,
Okay.
Ty, do we still have the calculator available?
We do, but we'd have to update it.
I mean,
for
if you
new
update the
rates.
calculator, what we're saying here, then
Yeah.
anybody can go to calculator and put their
Put in
stuff-
your monthly usage and it'll spit out your
meter
bill.
size and all. Okay,
Your meter
thanks.
size.
That might be worth doing.
So you're going to work out something where I can call Ty and then I can go over the figures with him.
Yeah, call or send me an email and I mean, if you send me an email with your monthly usage, I'll just throw it together and break out all the fees for you.
Because I need to let the HOA boards know about this water increase because it impacts their budget.
Right, they'll also be receiving a Prop 182 notice that'll have all of the, 218, I'm sorry. It's been a long night already.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, if I don't have like hard numbers showing them what their water bill is now and what it's going to be.
Ty will help you out.
Well, it's actually going to be
All right.
cheaper for a little bit.
Okay? All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Renee.
you.
She's saying an increase.
Who's our next caller?
It's actually going to be cheaper on them for a while.
Go ahead, caller.
So, yes. Have a few, I guess, comments about what some of the things that have been shown tonight.
Could you, before you go ahead, could you please give us your name, for the record, your name and place of residence?
Oh, yes. It's Mike Neal.
Thank you, Mike.
And, okay, as there's respect to the new Tier 1 / Tier 2 amounts, previously the Tier 1 had been 24 HCF, which it was basically the prior Tier 1 and Tier 2 put together, and it was stated tonight, if I remember correctly, that they're including now an 8% leakage in that amount, and so they've dropped it to 20. I think that's incorrect because if you take 22 HCF and add 8% to that, you get right about 24. So I believe that the Tier 1, that new Tier 1 should be 22 HCF if you want to include an 8% pumping loss in the equation. And then I noted, and I don't have the full packet in front of me, but there's a page where Basically, they were breaking out estimated total costs for all the residential and the commercial and everyone there. And I know that seemed to be, at least to me, a little off balance in that in the residential, in the low usage users, they were seeing basically no increase in cost or maybe a little decrease in cost. In the commercial users in the low amount categories, we're seeing, oh man, I remember something like they were seeing a 9% decrease in cost, 11% decrease in cost, and I'm not sure how they came up with that structure, but it just seems like on the face there of that, at least, without further insight into how that was all come up with, it's basically kind of inequitable to have your residential users, your low water users, having basically no savings in their overall water cost, and commercial users that are in the lower amount users of the commercial structure are seeing 11% savings in the cost. I would have, if it had been me, I'd have been trying to make both categories kind of come out about the same from the low to the high users, and as far as total cost to them, and if either having a saving or an increase in their charges. So you may want to look at that or not at your discretion. But also, I'd like to thank Ms. Decker for giving me a lead in on what I was going to say already, and that is about the fixed fee charges. Mr. Rator has been beating that drum. He's had a letter in the newspapers, I believe, and yet what we're seeing here now, I think I heard, was actually a small increase in the fixed fee charges, and I just basically object to that. I think from the start of this study, there's been statements made that just go back to what Ms. Decker said. The people are just barely using any water, and obviously, if you think for a minute, a lot of those are clearly people who live by themselves, or maybe just one other person. They don't have a yard. Probably a lot of those people on fixed incomes that can't see that they're being treated fairly when they're paying, $45, close to $50 a month, and using very little water. And one of the requests, I believe, from Mr. Ratora, he can correct me if he wants, but he was trying to push to get a change in that so that these lower income users could see a little bit of a break in their basic bill. And it does appear that they're getting that. I don't know if you all feel good with that, but if I was on the board, I would not feel good with that. So I'm asking for further consideration in reducing the fixed fee charges and the rate structure. And I believe that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neal. Are there any other people online waiting to comment? Okay, then I'll close public comment closed, and I'll ask for the board to debate the motion at hand.
I'd like to make a comment about, Judy made some good points, but, I've looked through this rate study pretty closely, and I'm not sure there's a lot of changes we can make. If we want to protect the integrity of the water district in terms of keeping a very well-maintained system available for everybody, which we consider our fixed costs, and in fact, we're not even collecting all our fixed costs. We're collecting 62% out of basically 88%. 97%. So we are taking a risk with some of those fixed costs being absorbed by variable rates. I wish I could look into the future more and say, here's what's going to happen and what costs are going to do or not do and what interest rates are not going to do and are going to do, but we can't. And I, for one, don't like rate increases. I'm like anybody else out there that pays their bills. Every time I see the rate increase go up from all the other utility companies, I get upset about it. And I start looking for ways that who can I go to now that'll save money for me? So a lot of thought did go into this, and I think that this report has some clarifications that he made. Stan made out some very good ones, so people, when you see it, understand it. I don't think there's a lot of changes to make. I think I understand the 20 HCF versus the 24 for the Tier 1. And no one's ever going to, that's the problem with the way that the system is set up. You're set up to say, okay, well, I've got to cover fixed rates. So you're going to see a meter charge, And then, oh, don't forget, there's state mandated charges, which is the arsenic charge, and I guess you can call it GSA. We take those fees that are state mandated. We don't have control over those. It's something we have to do. I don't see the state saying we'll pay for your arsenic, control. So when you fit that into any utility system, to keep the system workable, everybody shares that cost. And consequently, those users we're talking about that Stan's concerned about, I think we're all concerned about them, aren't going to see a lot of savings based on the fact that they're going to save $2.82 or whatever that was per HCF, as opposed to using 1 to 5. It's a small amount of money. So that fixed rate's always going to be there. Short of having a rate that includes across the board a certain amount of HCFs, like some water districts do. You pay a rate on a monthly and you get 20 HCF. If you go over that, then you get billed the additional. Short of doing something like that, we're always going to get this type of concern and questions from the public because we're trying to be very transparent with all the costs. And that's a double-edged sword. You're very transparent with it, but a lot of people will not understand it. And I wish there was a better way to explain it, but I can't in myself want to take a risk with lowering fixed costs. I don't want to put the district into jeopardy. I think that's an issue. We have an issue that just came up, which sort of proves that, which I don't know if we're going to talk about the 30-inch pipe or not, but we are. That shows you that we have got to have the funds available to operate and keep a viable system. So I wish we can address that. And Mike made a comment that the impact for the low users wasn't as great as it was for like the commercial users. And I'm looking at the bill impacts on page 31, and the single family low use is a 19% savings. And then when you get into commercial, they're in the 12s and 10%. So I'm not sure if I'm reading this wrong or he may be reading it wrong, but I see that the impact on the first year for single families is the savings. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's at a 40% fix. I don't know if I'm looking at the other one. I'm sorry. All right, so I stand corrected. I was looking at I got so many papers up here, the 40% fixed as opposed to the 62. So yes, so Mike, you're right. There's a lower savings unless you're an average user, which is about 10.6%, which I think most people fall into. Although I do believe most people are in the 10 to 5 HCF range for a family. But I believe that's also just the first year impact, is it not? Am I correct on that? First year impact, yeah. So that will change. So, I wish I could say that as a utility company, we can look at lowering rates every year somehow. But with the cost of everything and the cost of maintenance and as systems age, I just don't see how we can do it. All we can do is be as transparent as we can with where those costs are and try to make a good explanation for them. Believe me, I don't want to be paying more utility bills. But I do understand why they happen. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
I wanted to make a point, Judy, about the extending out the capital improvement programs. You might recall 6 months ago when we were talking about a pay-as-we-go program, it looked much, much more aggressive than this. And we asked Krieger and Stewart to come back and give us their top 3 projects instead of 8 or however many we had. That was just making the forecast enormous for a cash carry. So we've done that, and the 3 that have been nominated are in high need of attention. The Springer in particular. Now we're finding out the 30-inch on Inyakern Road that's corroding away and is in need of some major attention was not even on that project list. So our capital costs are actually going to be more than we anticipated when we went into the study. And it's hard to put those, like I say, we rely on Krieger and Stewart to tell us what are the lowest hanging fruit that we have. And so we have those 3 projects? How many did we end up with? 3. Yeah, we ended up with 3 projects instead of that are going to go into this bond action next year. I'm not sure there's any room for us to find a safety valve there. But now the Krieger is going to be hearing about the 30-inch pipe there. We may even see a reprioritization of those capital projects. But we are trying to squeeze as much time into that timeline of improvements as we can.
And also when it comes to variable costs, and you talk about the potential for savings, if the water district continues, and it's basically a downward trend for total pumping, I can't see that going on for long because our community is doing a good job in conserving. You see a lot of xeriscapes going, especially on all new builds, lawns and grasses and things like that. As much as I hate to see them die, put some trees and things in. But the point about it is the total usage for the district has gone down, and that changes the amount of replenishment fee, which we've already seen it drop once. So that would encourage people as well that are in that second tier to say, okay, if more money I save here, we might see that fee drop. And we are going to see that fee change, I think. I'm not sure where it's going to go, up or down, but it will be a changeable fee. And oh, yeah. It's going to possibly go up. It depends on what project gets, how they do it and what goes on. But we're not going to go into that now. But I'm just saying that's a fee, that's a variable fee. My hope, I see it come down. I sort of stand by, I think, Mark, I think they did a good job here with all and I think the staff and Ty and all the information you had to pass back and forth and the concerns from the district. Like most of the concerns that I heard were just clarifications. So when you read this thing, you see it. And what refers to what. Some of them, I'm not sure clarifications will help. It's just a thorough understanding of what's here, and you can read this for a long time and be cross-eyed by the time you're done, huh, Stan? By looking at this. But I think they did a good job on it. I think it meets the requirements for the district. And all I can hope is that the way we can save money on it is if we can find financing that can maybe make a different adjustment in any given year. So I would hope that our finance department would say, hey, in this given year, based on the financing, we can maybe lower it 1% or 0.5%, whatever it may be. Thank you.
Okay.
I would just like to say that I listened to the public comments and I appreciate your comments. But what I want everybody to understand is 73% of our customers, if this is implemented, will not be paying a replenishment fee anymore. So 73% of the people in this valley will be getting a reduction in their bill on the replenishment fee. We are lowering the monthly charge by 1%. It's not a lot, but it is a little bit. And I agree, we have to keep those charges there. We have to make sure that the district is solid. We can't afford to lose employees or do any type of a layoff. I believe that the path we're on is right, but what I want people to understand is like what Ron said. My mom is one of the worst. She'll say, I only use 8 units of water, but my bill's $60. No, Mom, and everybody out there, if you use 12 units of water and your bill's $60, your water costs you $4.80 a unit. And that's cheaper than anybody in Tier 2 is paying at that point. So the people in Tier 2 is who it's going to affect, and it's going to affect me very, very much through my business and through my personal residence. But it is necessary that we proceed this way, and I think it's going to make all of our customers, 73% of our customers are going to like this because they're not going to have a fee every month to say, oh, well, here's a bill for nothing. And so, and I hear that all the time. What's this charge? So that charge is going to go away for 73% of our customers. So that's got to be a discount, and it's got to be a cheaper cost monthly in the foreseeable future to me. So I'm all for, except for the construction. So I hope you guys will put that in there before we move forward with a vote, or I could not vote yes for it with that in there.
Well, you always, the final thing I want to say is you're right about Tier 2. My house itself will never get out of Tier 1, but my meter that handles it and my landscaping out there will be in Tier 2 for at least 6 months out of the year. But I can tell you this, that I'm encouraging even though everything's xeriscaped, if I have something that overgrows or dies or something, every bubbler I can cap, or everything I can cap, I say that's money savings. And then I xeriscape something, put a boulder in there, put something in there. And, with my only goal is basically to keep my trees. Because if they're water right, it doesn't cost you a fortune. But everything's xeriscaped, but I'm participating in the conservation because I know what's going to happen. And I'm still willing to accept what's going to happen because it's a price I'm going to pay. And that's the way it's going to be.
Well, and one other thing I wanted to say. I want everybody to realize that through this Tier 1 allotment, we are allowing 14,960 gallons at a tier one cost. So that's a substantial amount of water without any replenishment fee. Everybody else will be paying that above that. So it's 500 gallons a day essentially for a normal family before you got to tier two. So 73% of our customers should see a reduction. That's my opinion.
I just wanted to make comment. I'm not insensitive to the issue that you're raising, Chuck. I'm trying to figure out if it's worth stopping or holding up the rate study. Is there another way that we could address the construction meter issue outside of the rate study?
Let me ask a quick question of our legal representative. So the 218 process includes public comment. I presume that if a public comment is made that is substantial, that could be incorporated into the rate study. Is that correct? Or is it you send it to the public and it's either up or down, straight up and down vote?
You know, now is really the time for the changes to be made because you're sending a Prop 218 notice out with certain parameters, and anything that you might do to change it, including just altering the construction meter, might change everything involved in here, much like the losses do. The losses did. We went from 24 HCF down to 20, and so right now, Chuck, you're right. The replenishment fee is not allocated to the construction meter. But if you did, then you're talking about a reallocation of everything to everybody. And I don't know what that would do, but it would alter something.
It is subject to it.
Yeah, it is charged at the tier two rate.
It's charged at the tier two rate, and that's what I would like to get changed before we move forward, because there is no allocation, or just make it the same as a 2-inch meter. But my understanding is the construction meter is not subject to Prop 218.
That is correct. It's called a miscellaneous fee. It goes through its own noticing process, government code. The requirements aren't as strict with respect to these miscellaneous fees as they are to Prop 218 fees.
So that is something that could be visited under
Right.
that other process.
So if we move ahead on this and we.
I think that's a better question for Mark.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess the question is, if we move ahead on this, and it's approved as a new rate structure, that in 6 months or a year, Chuck comes up with an idea, or we want to change the rate structure on the construction meter, what does that mean? Can we do it outside of? I think it's a question for Mark. You're right.
Yeah, my understanding is you have to notice all those that it's subject to. You said it, you notice them. There's no vote process other than the board voting on it. Right?
That's correct. But
Well, you would not have to go through the 218 process again, and you wouldn't have to go through the rate study again.
I just want to make sure, though, that if we did alter the construction meter rate after the fact, would that change the Prop 218 rate study that we're talking about now?
No.
Mark, how hard would it be to, in this Prop 218, if we voted to do it, to say that we were going to treat the construction meter the same as a 2-inch meter? They had the 128 units and it was just part of our rate study. I mean, could we not do that tonight and not hold anything up and just say we'd like to have that change in there?
You're saying that they would get charged the 2-inch meter cost.
Absolutely.
And they'd get 128 HCF at tier one.
Absolutely.
And then it goes to tier two.
Yes, correct. It's the same as a 2-inch customer.
To me, when you're talking about filling up water trucks and everything out there, I'm not sure how much difference that'll make.
It's in just 100 units. It's $700 a month, just 100 units. And that's not a whole lot.
Yeah.
So if you take that on a typical, what does viewfinders normally use? Don, do you have any idea on how many? Probably 200 or 300 though, correct? So we're talking $3,000 or $4,000 for an event out there at these rates.
So here's where I'm confused, Mark. if Chuck is asking us to allocate replenishment fee, free water to the construction meters,
I'm not.
that's
We'll
what it
pay the
sounds like, that's what
replenishment
it
fee.
sounds like you're
No, we'll
doing.
pay charge the replenishment fee, but give the same allocation that you're giving on a 2-inch meter. If you're paying, the customer's paying for a 2-inch meter each month, and there's an allocation of 128 units.
Right.
And then anything on top of that is charged the replenishment fee.
Right.
The same should go for the construction meter. They pay the fee, you get an allocation of 128, anything above that, you get replenishment fee.
I understand, but now you're bringing a new allocation, and we have to have a new allocation for the construction meters. And right now, all of the allocation, it's already gone. So if we're gonna find new allocation water for the construction meter, it's gotta come from somewhere, and then you're gonna bring down your HCF, you're gonna bring down your tier rate.
Your 20 may go down to 19, 18, yeah.
It went down 4 just based on the losses, so you're gonna continue to decrease your tier 1 threshold.
I see where you're headed with that. Basically, all of our allocation is wrapped up in the single-family master commercial, those uses and not the meters. It's already there.
So then we've got to do something as a district to get on the ball with the city to use the wastewater to be able to use for special events and stuff like that. So if you guys will help me with that, I'm good to move forward.
I think we all want to move ahead with
Because
that.
I don't want to hold any, I don't want to try to change the allotment to our customers, but we should be using that water out there if we're going to do events and stuff, instead of using potable.
Okay. All right. Any other board discussion?
Yeah, I guess.
Mike, please. Mike.
Only that in spite of the number of comments or questions I had, it's a good document. And I don't mean to imply differently. My primary objection, I think I stated the last meeting, kind of in line with Ms. Decker's comment. As far as I'm concerned, our mission statement says that we are going to provide affordable water. And when I start looking at people in apartments, I have apartments, people use 3 and 4 units a month. And a lot of them are not government employees. They're on fixed incomes. I don't consider what we're charging at the low end to be affordable. So I don't want to hurt Mark's feelings. When I vote no, it's not because his document is not up to snuff. I think he did a good job, and he was probably forced to put it together in a very short time, and that always leads to complications. But in my mind, the issue is affordability at the low-end user. Sorry, that's just the way it is.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one comment, and just to clarify for me, Stan. So if they use 4 units of water, I'm trying to make my point earlier, their bill is $45.98 a month under our new plan, correct?
$45.98 plus 5 times $2.06.
No. For what?
No, they still pay a commodity fee in addition to the fixed fee. It's $2.06 when you add the 182 with the 24.
Right.
You're gonna
Okay.
206.
But if they use 4 units, which you said,
Yeah.
they're still gonna save $7.28 by doing this way. So their cost is gonna be down around $40 a month with our new bill, because they're not gonna get charged the GA fee. So that is the benefit we're providing to all of our users.
No, they're gonna actually pay the $45 plus 4 times 2 or 8, which is $53. They're paying $53 for 4 units.
But what
of
would
water.
and normally they would have paid the GA fee of $1.65 on top of that
Oh.
for the 4 units. And so
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. We're actually giving a benefit to everybody because
You
it's
gotta-
coming down.
You gotta remember, when they were paying the GA fee of $1.90, they were also only paying 82 cents
For
a
water,
unit
correct.
for the water district portion of it, okay? So even though the GA fee went down, the commodity fee went from 82 cents to $2.06, and the fixed fee went from $42 to 45 cents. So in the long run, it's a minuscule improvement, quite frankly.
But it is an improvement.
At the high end, at 9 units, I think they save like $2. At the low end, at 0 units, they lose $3. So, and at the midpoint, at 5, they save 26 cents, I think is what I calculated. So, no, you can't talk me into believing that they got a good deal.
Okay, Mal?
I can't.
You can buy me a beer and you can try to convince me of that.
I appreciate all the work you did on that, Stan. It's very enlightening when we go through your charts. There was a lot of hard work there, and I appreciate that. Part of my concern is we're comparing the new rates going into this coming year with previous rates, and we know there's a lot of cost increases that have happened in the past 12 years or 12 months. So to see some increase or slight increase when the increases, if they were fully being levied on all the customers, it would be much worse, including the GSE fees. But I guess where I wanted to lead the discussion at this point was a question from Jim, or a question to Jim, about our ability to selectively pick a ratepayer and give them an advantage is limited by 218. Isn't that correct?
We've always talked about the general rule, you can't subsidize one class of users to another. I've heard people talk about the intent of the rate study was to provide relief to low income or the elderly tier 1, as you would say. And I would say that might be the intent of some people, but this rate study was done to equitably distribute the costs among the rate payers in compliance with 218, and that specifically prevents you from charging anything more than it costs to deliver the service. So if you're not charging the elderly and the retired or low-income persons all of the costs that are attributable to them, then you're making the other people subsidize them, and that is not allowed.
Okay, Director Kaczynski.
Yeah, and I wish I would have brought, Ty, you'll remember this, back when we did the last COP, that whoever's handling it for us had a list of water districts in Southern California, I think about 12 or 14 of them. And if you look at their monthly average billing and rated them, we were, I think, 4th from the bottom.
Right.
And that was, 4 years ago, maybe not even that long. And I also did my own study during the last time we did a rate study, and I found the same thing. And that's not saying we're good or bad or we're doing what we can, but when you look at other rates in Southern California, that we're probably in the lower 25 percentile for rates compared to what they're doing. And I believe you know what chart I'm talking about too, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other board comments? Right, seeing none, I'd like to call for the vote, please. I believe it does have to be a voice vote.
There's a rule that if you do any type of telecommunications in the meeting, you should do by roll call. But I think this is sufficient. We'll do the roll call vote for the resolution. I believe this is sufficient for this.
Okay, the motion passes 4-1 with Director Ritora voting no.
So Ty, did you say that we wouldn't be able to get everything ready for the 218 public hearing until special meeting?
So I believe we can have everything mailed out by the 5th of January, which puts us the 27th
okay.
of February, and we can still have those rates apply the 1st of March. I think a day is enough time to get that in there. It's a busy time of year.
Or busy time of year, yeah.
Do we need Mr. Hildebrand's services any longer this evening?
I don't believe so.
Mr. Hildebrand, thank you very much. If you want to drop off, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Have a great evening.
Or you can stick around if you want.
If you like to see how sausage is made, yes.
Doesn't have to.
So I would like to call for a 5-minute break.
But if he sticks around, he's not charging us.
Okay. Have a great night, Mark. Everybody back here and ready to rock.
Can we apply that to Jim as well?
At 40 after the, at 8:40.
All parties
the time, not the date, but the time for the regular meeting of the Board of Directors. So it has to be consistent. So if we start the closed session at 4 o'clock, either run a little bit into the 6 o'clock open session, or we just re-adjourn to closed session after open session.
I'm not in favor of starting it as early as 4. Sometimes we do need more than 1 hour for closed session, but in those cases, I think having it run into the time that we would have normally started open session would be the way to go. And one of the things, maybe it may not be obvious to the public, and I don't know if the public really cares, but sometimes our closed sessions keep us running until 10 o'clock at night, and then council heads off, and he's got a 2-hour drive. This time of year in particular, it's not, personally, I don't think it's safe for him to be driving over to Hatchby in the middle of the winter at those hours. But in any event, one of those things we were trying to do by bringing this start time forward, which was nominated by Director Griffin at our last meeting, was to address that, but also for the rest of us, right, it would be good. But I don't know, we got 2 working stiffs on the board. You're the guys that have more schedule constraints than the rest of us. How does that?
I would like to see us set the meetings to start at 4 o'clock. That way it gives us 2 hours. And then we have time for council to get here. And then our employees aren't working late, they're having to be called back in, and then start our regular meeting at 6 o'clock. Or I would even be okay with doing a 4:30 start time if the people at work are not good, and moving our regular meeting to start at 6:30 for the start time.
Who's got the data? What's the average closed session time?
It's got to be 2 hours.
Yeah, if I might, I
Yeah,
think
you're probably
that's the
right.
key issue, is trying to determine what the average is, because before all litigation, obviously, closed session could sometimes be an hour or less.
Yes.
Lately, it's been as much as maybe 3 hours, so
Yep.
if you start at 4 o'clock and you're done by 4:45, then everybody's just sitting around waiting for 6 o'clock.
Plus, if you start at 4 and the regular meeting starts at 6, staff still has to be here from 6 till when the open session is finally closed. So I don't think it helps the staff any. We've been handling it on an as-needed basis so far, when council advises us that we have an exciting closed session coming up.
Well, we didn't have one tonight, and it's almost 9 o'clock, and I'm anticipating it's not going to be 11:30 or 12 before we get out of here tonight. And I don't know if we have an extensive closed session, but we've had a long regular session, which I did not expect.
If I may, I believe that an hour is not sufficient time. As I'm going to announce, the adjudication is going to start to move forward, as I believe the other cases are. There's a lot of issues that we discussed related to litigation, and to think we're going to do it in an hour, that doesn't seem reasonable. And I've asked Don, when is the last time we had a closed session that went 45 minutes?
You would know because you got home early.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. But, perhaps a good compromise, like Chuck said, maybe they're not always 2 hours, but they're probably at least going to be an hour. So maybe a 4:30 start with a 6 open session. And then if I do think we're going to run a marathon closed session, we can go ahead and just make it a special meeting. I think that would be far and few between compared to getting stuff done in 2 hours. That's all I have.
I would like to make a motion then that we start our regular meetings from now on at 4:30, closed session and open session, and public meeting at 6 o'clock.
I'll second that.
Okay, is there any discussion from the board?
I'm totally ambivalent.
Okay,
Yeah, so am I.
I'm retired. I can be here whenever.
all right. Is there any comment from the public? Okay, let's give the folks online a moment to decide if they wish to comment. So the motion is to start at the closed session at 4:30 and run it till 6, and then at 6, the regular open session begins. Is that correct? Okay.
Actually, I think our wording would be open session no sooner than 6 PM. Is that how it?
Yeah, I mean, we can't start closed session prior to 6. I think it's best that you just let the public know that it's going to start at 6 PM, and any ambiguity we can deal with special board meetings.
Okay.
And in the cases, just for clarification, then if we really do need, and we don't know that we need 90 minutes or an hour of closed session, then we could always break back, do open session, and then do a quick closed session to close this session.
Or do a special meeting if we got a long one to start at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, if we know in advance that we're going to need longer, yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion? Then let's go ahead and call for the vote.
President St. Amand,
Yes.
Director Kaczynski,
Yes.
Director Griffin,
Yes.
Director Rotora,
Yes.
Vice President Boyd.
Yes.
Okay. The motion passes
This is being
unanimously.
done by way of a resolution, so Lauren's going to have to make a couple of corrections on it for the time before we go. That's all.
Okay, thank you. All right, item 8C, election of officers.
I'm ready to cut it short. I'd like to nominate for president, Director Boyd.
Okay, do I have a second?
I didn't hear what Ron
Oh,
said.
I'm nominating Director Boyd as president.
Oh,
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right.
second.
All right, is there any comment from the public? Okay, any comment from the board? Any discussion? You're going to repeat that quote. If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve.
The man of few words.
All right, there we go. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll call for the vote for president. Okay, we have, the motion passes. We have 4 yes votes and 1 abstention, which is future President Boyd.
That doesn't mean I have to sign all those forms that Lauren has for you to finish.
Didn't she mention that to you? Okay.
Not tonight, but
Not
next
tonight. Okay. Next is position of Vice President. Do I have a nomination for Vice President? You hit the nominate.
I nominate Mr. Kaczynski
For Vice President.
for Vice President.
Okay. Is there any board discussion? Right, public comment?
Oh, I'll second that.
Oh, sorry, there you go. Is there a second? You will?
Yes.
All right, so it's been a long evening. Public comment. I see a sympathetic grin from the audience, and I don't see anybody online. All right, any discussion from the board? Then let's go ahead and call for the vote, please. For Ron Kaczynski for Vice President.
Didn't go through, Stan.
Not abstain because I want to show confidence to you guys that I accepted it.
All right, so
Okay.
the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Item 8D, committee assignments. If you have a particular committee assignment that you would like, now is the time to express that.
And I take it President Boyd will be doing
No,
the,
Normally,
The
what-
decision.
If I could correct you, at this point, we usually ask each director to submit their requests to the
Yes,
president.
to the president.
And the president has the final word on those assignments.
Mr.
So we
Boyd.
don't do that tonight.
Right,
But
okay.
by what date would you like those requests? Mr.
My recommendations.
You're gonna pick them.
By what date do you want to receive the request? Request should be sent to the president, to Lauren, and to myself.
Yeah, it would be nice, given the holiday schedule, if I could have them this week. I've got 2 days in the Indian Wells Valley next week before I leave, so I'd like to make those decisions then.
So by Friday?
Yeah, if possible. And then I can let everybody know next week what what my recommendations are.
Okay?
Was that the 16th? Is that right?
I'm sorry, you said you want us to email you our,
Your preference.
What you'd like to be on.
okay.
Send them
By
to,
the
send them to
16th.
Mallory.
And what's the date or the time that you,
Sorry, yeah, if you can get those to me by this Friday, then
Okay.
I'll turn around my recommendations
Okay.
for assignments.
But the exec is sort of set with the president and vice president.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I thought.
And again, send them to Mallory, to Lauren, and to myself, all three of us.
What if I just tell you before I leave? No.
Oh, jeez. Okay, 8E, Joint Powers Agreement Representative. So we're going to be talking about
The GA rep.
who is going to be the primary and who is the alternate representative for, on the Groundwater Authority.
And I'll go ahead and take a lead on that too, because I was sort of approached as if I would consider, and I truly appreciate that from the board director that approached me with it, and the sort of comments to me, but however, it's something I don't feel like I'm ready to do again. So I would like to nominate Chuck Griffin.
I'll second that. I think he's a good man. He'll do a good job.
Yes, he will.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any comment from the public? Let's give the folks online a few seconds to register.
Comments from Director Griffin?
Oh, I think it'd be fun to do. I'm looking forward.
Okay, are there any board comments?
My only concern would be the impact on your work schedule. What's the time demand been for you, Stan? I see the meeting that you have every month. Are there other demands from the groundwater?
Well, there's, just, reading the packet and then trying to figure out what they're really gonna do. And then putting together a report, so it's not insignificant, but, hey, he's a young man. He's, I think, more than capable of doing it.
Yes,
As long as he's willing, my feeling is he'd be a good person.
Okay,
Okay, I can support it, but I'm wondering who the backup is in case
we'll
you're
call
unable
that
to
next.
attend. Does that come up next?
We'll do that next.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and vote for our primary, and the motion is for Chuck Griffin to be the primary representative on the GA board.
You're gonna do a good job.
Okay.
Yeah.
I voted yes too, see, just like you did.
Well, I would have been worried if you
The
voted no.
the motion has passed unanimously.
I thought we said no conflict of interest at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, so we have now the question of who's going to be the second.
I would like to nominate Ron to be the second.
Okay, I have a motion for Ron Kaczynski to be the second. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second that Mr. Kaczynski
Do I get to
is.
say anything? No, I'm just kidding.
During board commentary, yes.
No, I'm more than happy to back up Chuck. I stay informed about all that stuff that's going on. And I trust that I won't have to represent him there often.
No, I'll be there.
You better be there. I'll be hunting you down. Okay.
They may not
Is
like it, but I'll be
there any comment from the public? Is there any additional board discussion? No. All right, so we
I
have a
still
motion.
think he'll do a good job.
Okay, so let's go ahead and call for the vote. All right, the motion passes
Again, I voted
unanimously.
yes, so I can, I approve your confidence in me.
I appreciate that, Ron. Very much so. All right. Very good. Item 8F, Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority.
And that
Director
doesn't start until next month.
Director Rotora.
Not this week.
I assume that actually. But if you really wanted
No, you
to.
got it.
Oh, okay. It turns out that, the last GA meeting was November 9th, and the next one is December 14th, which is 2 days from now. And there has been no GA meeting since we last met. There are, however, a number of things that we could talk about, and I would like to have some input from the board here on a number of things. But hopefully it'll be quicker than a normal report. The imported water project is continuing. We still do not have a copy of the latest letter of intent I'm hoping that'll change one of these days, but at this point in time, I don't know, that'll be a good job for Chuck to follow through on. And we're still looking for a loan agent to borrow money from. As far as I know, they've made no progress there. The pipeline alignment study, which is paid for by the state grant, is continuing. We did receive actually a very nice brief from Provost and Pritchard regarding the pipeline alignment, so that might be one of the first things that Chuck ought to read. And actually, there are 4 items associated with the GA board and that pipeline. One is the preferred alignment. They have actually, I think, kind of narrowed down it from 3 down to 2, and the other 2 are very, very close. If anybody has a preference, let me know. I have none. And I will most likely vote for whatever is suggested by the GA staff. The other thing that's going on is a release of an RFP for a CEQA document. That's a pretty standard thing, something that has to happen. There's also a release for an RFP for the right-of-way services. We've got to get a right-of-way, and then we're going to hire a contractor to do that. And then there's a release of an RFP for the design services. My feeling right now is there's really no point in not voting for what the staff is indicating. Unless there's a legal issue that's going to come up, Jim, I guess that's kind of what I'm kind of looking at. In the past, like the GSP, I don't think anybody on this board really thought it was a great document, and some of us didn't think it was even a good document, but we voted for it because we needed one, so no point in voting no. Although that has come back in our face a couple times, and I think I regret that maybe we voted for it, but unless there's an issue with voting for it, legal-wise, that's kind of where I'm headed right now. The recycled water project is still going on, and they've been saying for 6 months that the report will be out before the end of the year. So we'll know real soon whether or not that's true. There will be some budget amendments at the next meeting. I haven't had time. I actually did get the packet, but it wasn't until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So I didn't even try to look through the budget amendments. There is also going to be a discussion and a approval of the GA rotation. And no surprise, they're excluding us again. That's just the way it goes, and I can vote against it, but it'll pass. So, but I don't want to be in agreement with it either. So, and we were, but according to the resolution we were supposed to be vice chairman this year rather than last year, which was chairman. It doesn't make any difference. I don't think we should go along with it. There's a contract renewal for the regional government services group. Last time I voted no because there was no budget with it. And if there's no budget with it again this year, I will again not vote for it. I don't like these undefined contracts where they don't know what the status or the statement of work, which is undefined, and you just keep spending money. There's going to be a request to increase the auditor's funding. It turns out it's the same one that we discussed last month. It's just going to be actual a formal action on the request to move it from $12,000 to $20,000. And according to the letter that we got from the auditor, is because of the replenishment fee. The funniest thing, what does an auditor do with the replenishment fee? The actual audit, according to the agenda, won't be presented. It's just a letter request to add to the budget. And I kind of feel sorry for them, to tell you the truth, but that's a different point. The PAC, of course, 2 or 3 months ago, made some recommendations for some change in the communication and engagement. Jim, I hope you saw my note requesting that we get the action for either going along with it or not going along with it on the agenda. But I notice it's not on the agenda again this month. And so that's something that, again, Chuck probably will get to follow through on. The interesting thing, of course, is that the PAC recommendation requests that they actually put a schedule together and integrate it with a cost, which is what I've been trying to push for 2 years and made absolutely no progress, which I'm sure my friend Chuck here will do a much better job at. Let me see. On a good note, the water year 2022 GA annual report came out more or less right on schedule, 2 days late, which quite frankly is nothing. I haven't had any chance to look at it, but I think I sent it to everybody. I haven't had time to look at it. I've been working on the rate study. But I will start looking at it and provide inputs to Chuck. And I would hope that everybody else would look at it and provide inputs to Chuck. And I'm assuming that the water district will get Krieger and Stewart as well as Tim involved again this year. I think our comments were ignored last year, but unless there is a legal issue associated with our consultants reviewing this, I think it'd be important for us to get the opinion of those two groups. Tim being a small group, of course. And that's about it. And I'll find out on Wednesday exactly what it's all about. And I will put together a brief report for that on January if you'd like me to present it. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to.
No, I'd like you to present it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the meeting Wednesday. I will be there, but.
Okay, there. Okay, so now I'm ready to take comment or questions.
Are there any comments or questions from the board?
One thing to add about the pipeline alignment project, that last week Stetson arranged for a special PAC-TAC joint meeting during which Provost and Pritchard presented a draft of a scoring matrix for for the different alignments based on, I think it was 1,000-point system. And the purpose of that meeting was to get comments from PAC and TAC members about how those specific aspects of the project were prioritized and how many points they were assigned to. So they did get some good feedback. Based on that, they're going to revise the matrix and they're going to use that to score the projects. And I believe they'll be prepared to bring a recommendation to the board on Wednesday.
Well, they did, even in the agenda, they did have the scoring on that. And two of them were very, very close. The central and the eastern one were very close. The western one was, far enough out that it'll probably get excluded, but I don't know. Because the environmental information hasn't come back yet, I'm not convinced that they're actually going to ask for a specific recommendation for which one. They might. But they did actually say in the agenda or the packet that there was still a lot of information that had been collected. So it may be they will and maybe they won't.
I'm a little bit surprised on the scoring based on what you're saying, because the western route, I believe there was very little, if any, habitat for ground squirrel and such. So the environmental, I would assume, would be less.
Well, that would certainly reduce it, but I don't know.
I haven't seen the scoring, but that was just my impression.
There was issues with the Navy in the west, in the middle, right?
Well, actually, I think the problems or the questions of the Navy were on the west, I believe, on the west alignment. Well, that was when I first reading, that was what I.
Are there any questions or comments from the board for Director Rotorua? Are there any comments or questions from the public? I don't see, there's none from
Don't be
those
bashful.
sitting here. We'll give the folks online a moment or two to express themselves.
Chris, you have any comments? No, guess not.
Usually he smiles when the phone rings, so that's how I tell him. All right, I'd like to say, Director Rotorua, thank you for your efforts on the GA board. I very much appreciate them, and I appreciate your detailed and insightful reports on a monthly basis. And I look forward to hearing the same from Director Griffin. Let's go ahead then move on to 8G, Comprehensive Adjudication. Mr. Worth.
Yes, on December 2nd, we had a case management conference in front of the court. And the purpose of the case management conference is where the parties are able to identify issues that the judge might be able to assist with, and also to provide just a general status of what's been going on. You'll recall that the prior case management conference happened on May 20th, and the judge said pretty much he stayed everything pending the DWR resolution. So we showed up in court on the 2nd. First thing I'll say is Judge Claster has been the judge that has been handling the law and motion matters. With a comprehensive adjudication, the judge is required to be assigned by the Judicial Council. That has not happened yet. All of the parties, including the GA, we've all signed a stipulation requesting that Judge Claster be assigned. It hasn't happened yet, so the judge has indicated that he and his clerk are going to contact the Judicial Council, and hopefully we'll have a permanent judge shortly. So there was, and in addition to the case management conference, there was also a separate hearing on December 9th, and I'll go on the December 9th hearing because that kind of it turned out why the case management conference on the 2nd turned out as it was. I've discussed before completing service on all of the landowners. You'll recall that the district, we sent out about 19,000 mailers and been able to go through all of, I should say Doug's office has gone through all of the returned envelopes, and they've been able to identify almost 4,000 parcels that did not receive the original mailer for different reasons, and that was part of the service. They were able to track that. So if you go through that first process, the code says that you're supposed to post a notice on the parcel. In this instance, we're talking about 4,000 parcels. So we went seeking alternative means to complete service. And we went in with recommendations, and the judge agreed. So probably commencing early January, we are going to republish notice of the lawsuit like we did at the beginning. We're also going to utilize Providence for a digital campaign that targets about 55,000 people. And then we're still working on this. The third thing that we have to determine is how the judge also wants to include a mailer in the district's bill, which I understand doesn't necessarily fit into an envelope. So we're dealing with that, but we do have a path forward with certainty. And so I suspect that we will become at issue probably in sometime around March. And that's an important thing. At issue means that you've served everybody that you need to serve in the lawsuit. They don't necessarily have to have filed an answer. You give them their 30 days when they can file. But after that 30 days, you're good to go ahead and start with the prosecuting the lawsuit. So along those lines, knowing that we were going to be at issue sometime in March, the court go ahead and they set a further case management conference for March 17th. The parties discussed the DWR facilitation and how that went. There was also discussion about the technical working group and about how the technical working group was making progress on the work that they were doing. The judge was advised that the parties are going to be requesting a trial date for a Phase 1 trial. That would incorporate, I presume, safe yield in the amount of groundwater and storage. However, the court's unable to set that right now, or won't set it right now, because we're not at issue. And that's a big issue for the Navy. In order to bring the Navy and have them stay in the lawsuit, the adjudication, it has to fit the requirements of a comprehensive adjudication, and that means bring everybody in, including de minimis. So we're going about that, and hopefully that when we go back in March 17th, that we'll be further along, and maybe we'll be able to get a trial date for that. Once we get a trial date, I assume there would be discussions amongst the pumpers in the valley, as well as the GA. Just not quite there yet. Some minor things that also, the waiver of the initial appearance fee has been continued to February 28th. The judge has continued the stay on discovery as well as initial disclosures, which is where a party comes in and talks about how they've pumped for the past 10 years. Those are all going to be on there. Everything's on hold. So there's really not a lot for the de minimis pumpers or the small pumpers to do at this time, other than file an answer if you haven't already, because I'm not sure there's going to be a further continuance of the February 28th waiver, because we're going to be at issue and we're going to start moving. There is the parties have selected a company to manage the lawsuit. You can imagine the amount of emails that come in, and so there'll be some information probably going up on the district website as soon as it's finalized that we're going to be using a service called Case Anywhere, and pretty much that's where we are right now. Again, should have a better report for you back in April, because the March hearing will be after the board meeting. But we are proceeding, feels good. We're not trying to drag it out 10 years. We're going to be talking about the first phase of the trial, early part of this year. And when the trial will be set, I don't know. I suspect it'll be somewhere around 2024, give or take. Either way. That's all I have on the adjudication.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the directors have questions for Mr. Worth?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I watched the hearing on the second, the case management hearing. Can I assume that anything that was spoken out there is considered public? Because I have
Yes.
All right. I have a question. I think Doug Everett probably covered it there about the legality of challenging the GSP and Sigma on safe yield and the capacity of our aquifer. And I thought I heard Doug say something that we maybe have to file briefs on and get a legal judgment on that challenge. Is that true?
I don't want to speak for the GA.
Yeah.
However, it appears the GA's taken the position that you're not able to challenge the technical findings. I'll say the technical findings of the GSP. I believe they're going to take the position that the 7650 and whatever other findings are pretty much, set in stone. That challenges to the GSP are more procedural violation of the Brown Act, violation of Prop 218. That's what they've indicated. They're basing that on recently there was an amicus brief filed by DWR, but that was in a matter where there's 6 lawsuits, and they're like reverse validation actions. They're actually challenging the GSP and the technical parameters, everything like that. I haven't researched it that much, but they cited a couple things in their case management conference statement, the GA, but it's not everything the statutes say on that. Bottom line is, I do think that that'll probably be teed up for a law in motion, probably within the next 30 days, somewhere around the time that we hear the case management conference. This will be a big issue. If we go through it, it's a big issue, and first impression. And I suspect that both sides will be talking to DWR regarding that.
There were two briefs that were written for the court, one by, I guess, us and a few others, and another one by the GA. Is there a place where the public can go and get a copy of those two briefs?
I sent them both to you. If they're for you.
I've got them.
Yeah.
But I've had a number of people ask me for them, and I guess I've been a little reluctant to, not knowing what the status of them is. You just go out and give them to anybody that asks for them. But it would be nice for the public to have access to those, unless for some reason they shouldn't.
There's no reason they shouldn't, because once you file something with the court, it's a public record unless it's otherwise designated. It's my understanding that once we get this case anywhere up and running, that they have like a digital storage where everything that has been filed is probably kept somewhere in there. I do not have the specifics about. I don't think the public is just able to just go on there and put a number in there, get something. I think you have to sign up for the service, which is not free. And then you have access to everything. It allows you to file pleadings. It allows you to receive all of the pleadings, and also to probably look for any type of document you might be looking for.
Okay. I tried to get on for the last court case, the case management thing. I tried to use the Zoom link that we were given, and my computer just did not like Zoom. So I went to the website, our website, and trying to get on the phone and just listen, the audio that I've done in the past, and it didn't work. And I know a number of other people that have commented to me that they couldn't get it to work either. Can we do something to make sure that for the next hearing, that whatever we have on the internet, on our website, that is, will actually work?
Yeah, I'll follow up and let Emily know. She'd be more familiar with what's going on there.
By the way, I did call somebody at your office.
Courtney?
I did call somebody at your office to ask if they had canceled the thing. She says, no, I don't know that they've canceled it. I said, oh, okay. Then I heard from you saying, no, we had it. And I just didn't hear it. So, but in any event, if we're going to have something on that website, it'd be not, it should work.
I guess we weren't aware there was a problem with the link because Director Kaczynski, I was on as well, so we had no problem getting on.
But you used the Zoom one, right?
Yeah.
See, my Mac doesn't like Zoom for some reason, and I finally figured out, I think, well, there's operator error, obviously, but nonetheless, I think I got it figured out for me, but all those other people that are using our website to listen to the audio, it'd be nice for them to be able to listen as well. And I will be there next time.
Well, I'll have Courtney check into it, but I think the final answer will probably come as part of that case anywhere when we start to really implement that going on.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other, go ahead.
Yeah, is there any reason that we wouldn't post both of those legal documents on our water district website?
No, I wouldn't do it because I don't know how, but they're public documents. They're certainly able to be posted if.
Maybe that's something we can ask staff to just add an extra document online and then we'll address it.
Well,
Director Ratour's issue.
Mallory, the joint case management conference for the parties, I think that was 38 pages in length, and then the GA's was another 6. I mean, we can post it, but it's not a short statement. Okay. But we can certainly do that.
You'd be surprised how much interest we have gotten in the last 3 or 6 months on the adjudication. There's a lot of people interested, which is good.
Sure. We'll go ahead and check, make sure that the links are current, and then again, if something's a problem, call Courtney at my office, she handles all that.
As far as posting the documents, we've got that on the homepage, there's an education site that we could put that on. I think it shouldn't be a problem. I've got both documents, so.
I think that's a good idea.
All right, any other board comments or questions? All right, is there any comments or questions from the public? We have one person online. We have Judy approaching the podium, so we'll get to that.
You said the DWR filed an amicus brief against the GA?
No, Judy, it's in the Mendota region. I'm not sure where.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
In an amicus brief, it's not, you don't cite it, it's not authority or anything like this. This is just DWR providing their interpretation of issues before this court. These are obviously issues of first impression, and so DWR has.
Well, my question was going to be, DWR approved the GSP for this GA, so that was going to be my question. Yes, but you said it wasn't this GA, so that answers the question.
Okay, very good.
All right, online caller. Okay, caller, go ahead, please. Name, residence, and your comments or questions. Hello, caller.
Yes, this is Renee West Delusk. I live within Ridgecrest city limits. I wanted to know what the cost of the legal fees to the water district are so far. This case was filed in June or July of 2021, and we're now almost in 2023. And Mr. Worth, you said that the case probably won't be tried or won't go to trial until 2024. So it looks like we're going to be on the hook for legal fees for 3 years before it even goes to trial. Do you know how much money has been spent?
I don't know the exact amount sitting here right now, but are you asking just for the adjudication or for the amounts of money that the district pays for the all the lawsuits that the GA are in?
I'm just talking about for the adjudication, because originally we were told that it was going to be $1 million a year to the water district, just for the adjudication.
Well, I'm not sure that's true. $1 million would include a lot of things, not just the litigation. It would include my fees for general district work, potentially consultants, a lot of different costs in there. But I do not have an exact figure for you.
Do you know what percentage of the legal fees that the water district is spending for all the court costs? Because every time you go to one of those case management conference things, that must cost money. So how much does it cost? There must be a percentage that the water district is paying out for just the adjudication alone.
That's not the way the billing's done. The water district pays at the time for their attorneys. The other parties pay the time for their attorneys.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the water district's costs.
Right, and, I don't know what the percentage is because I don't know what the other parties are paying. I'd have to know what everybody's paying to have a percentage.
I don't know what you mean. Like, I'm just talking about, you were saying that the water district has other legal costs outside the adjudication. I'm just talking about the adjudication costs.
No, well, I don't have that. I do not have that percentage, and I don't feel comfortable guessing.
So no one knows how much has been spent on legal fees for the adjudication so far.
At this particular time, probably nobody has the exact figure. They could have I'm sure they have an idea. They receive my bills, but an exact amount, nobody has that I'm aware of here.
can we ask for that? Can we ask the district to break down the legal, how much they're spending on adjudication and then the other legal costs?
You can submit a public records request.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your comments. It'd be also interesting to know if the caller was interested in the amount of money that the groundwater authority was expending in legal fees, given that the water district pays the bulk of the.
She specifically said no to that question.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. All right, if that's it then for that, we're going to go ahead to 8H, General Manager and Staff Update.
Okay, in terms of the personnel safety record, as of today, it's a record of 600 days since the last recordable injury. Moving on to production. Metered production at the wells for the month of November, 126,941,000 gallons, 389.6 acre feet. Again, the number that we report to the State Water Resources Control Board is, that's used for comparison, is the metered water through the distribution system. And that also includes non-revenue water, which is water lost to leaks, flushing activities, and blow-offs. That number, 136,114,417.7 acre feet. Since June, there's been a requirement from the State Board to submit a preliminary report with our consumption, the population, and the residential gallons per capita per day by the third business day of the month. The preliminary report, as well as the full report, were both filed on December 2nd. The full report is still required by the 28th of the month, but we're always very early. Conservation results for November show consumption was down 26.7% compared to November of 2013, the original baseline year that was established by the State Water Board. The 20% conservation target that this board established back in June of 2016, comparing our November results to November of 2013, or since June of 2016, we've achieved a cumulative result of 23.6%, well above the 20% target. In response to Governor Newsom's request for a voluntary 15% reduction to address the current drought conditions, the State Board is also now comparing current water consumption for this current month to the same month in 2020. So when we compare November 2022 to November of 2020, we've seen an 8.8% decrease in consumption. And as we look back for trends on our conservation, consumption in 2021, 27.5% lower than the baseline year of 2013, 2020, 16.5% lower, 2019, 12.5% lower, and 2018, 10.5% lower. One of the other things that we report each month is the residential gallons per capita per day. And for the month of November, that was 112.6. Again, that includes both indoor and outdoor usages. We had just a single connection added during the month that contributed $5,086 in capital facility fees. So far this fiscal year that began July 1st, we've had 6 connections. And those 6 connections have contributed $27,062 in capital facility fees. Moving on to public outreach, I was able to attend the community collaborative meeting at City Hall on December 6th. I did share some information about the 30-inch transmission line failure on Indian Kern Road, which you'll get an update later on in the staff reports. I mentioned that the board will be considering recommendation for new rate structure at the December 12th board meeting. And I also shared that the interest in the junior associate board member pilot program was disappointing and resulted in that program being shelved. Continuing on with public outreach, as I announced last month, the Association of California Water Agencies once again recognized Indian Wells Valley Water District as the Region 7 Outreach Award for 2022. Region 7 includes aqua members throughout all of Tulare and Kern County, and that includes approximately 61 municipal, irrigation, and conservation district members within that 2-county region. Again, this is the 7th time in the last 10 years that we've received this award. We have previously received it in 2013, 14, 17, 18, 19, and 21. The award was presented at the Fall Aqua Conference, which was held in Indian Wells on December 1st, and Director Boyd was there to receive it on our behalf, and he brought it for us this evening. In one piece, yes. And it'll be added to our collection in customer service, so.
Nice.
Good job, everybody.
Yeah. One other thing under public outreach, we do continue to work with Providence Strategic Consulting to promote WaterSmart. As of this morning, we had 1,551 active accounts, which is just, again, 12% of our customers, the same amount as last month. It just seemed to be 12%, 12.1. We just can't seem to get over that 12%. Again, we get, I check comments every morning from customers. I get these alerts, and most all are very positive. And I just wish people would recognize the value of signing up for the WaterSmart account. We've had a couple directors that have had personal experience with it. And I've had some acquaintances that have been very glad that they've had it as well. So this month, we had 618 customer alerts issued, and there have been 13,232 in the past 12 months. So that's the end of the report. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to address them.
Okay. All right. January 2023 Annual Board Workshop.
Okay, and that one, there's a calendar in your packet for January. Just need a date for the board to decide on a January board workshop date. Generally, it's on the screen too. Generally starts at 9 o'clock and usually toward the middle to end of the month. Give us plenty of time to prepare.
I'm basically open.
Yeah, I am too, and I have no preference.
I guess I would suggest the week of the 23rd sometime, if that's okay.
Okay. So is the 24th okay? Yeah.
Sure.
24th?
Yep.
Tuesday the 24th?
As far as I know,
It's good with me.
9 o'clock?
24th.
What time?
9 o'clock. AM.
Oh, start 6, can we start at 6 a.m.? Oh.
9 a.m. Right.
Okay.
I'm adding it to my calendar. Okay, very good.
And then if you can get agenda items to incoming President Boyd and myself and Dawn by January 17th. So we have plenty of time to review. Yeah. So any items you want to see on the agenda, send an email to President Boyd and myself and Dawn.
All right, thank you. Item number 4, well 31 rehab.
Guess I better wake up, okay. All right, okay, we have decided not to use the old pump out of well 34. We're gonna keep that as a spare for emergencies as it was intended. So the design has gone to Lane, and I expect tomorrow to have a cost from them on the new pump and also all the equipment that needs to be replaced, and we'll get that work order out to them ASAP and get that stuff ordered. So hopefully by next month that I can report that we've got all that installed, and at least we're installing it, at least it's here, so we'll see how long it takes to get that stuff in. Any questions about well 31? No. No? All right. I'll move on then if you would like.
Please do.
All right, booster station. There's a picture of what the booster station looks like now. They've got it constructed there. They're working on the underground piping that goes across Javis. They'll also start this week working on the electrical that goes across to the north there on Javis. Javis, whatever. There's a picture of one of the pipes going in the ground. The tank, gateway to, well, that's a picture, I'll just tell you that. That's College Tank Site. That is the retaining wall that has been constructed there. They're working on the inlet outlet piping up at the college. They're supposed to be chlorinating this week. They're planning there's a shutdown that has to occur for the switching over to the new piping up at the college. We have that scheduled for the 28th. It'll be from like 7 to 3. So I'll be communicating tomorrow with the college because we just decided on that, to let them know that that's upcoming so they can plan accordingly. They should be closed at that time. We want to make sure they're not doing any irrigation. And let's see, next picture, that is the new tank at C-Zone. Right now, the coaters are working on coating that tank. So this was taken several weeks ago, but yeah, I think there's a picture, an interior picture also. Yeah, there you go. Those are always cool. So they'll be working on that for several weeks now, doing the coating and then the painting. So next, is that it? Okay. But I'll say at the Gateway tank site, they're also working on piping there. There is a shutdown that will also have to occur at the Gateway tank site to do installation of a valve in the altitude vault and the inlet outlet piping there too. That'll happen on the 20th.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 6, financial status.
All right, through November of 2022, we had actual revenues of $7,061,000, which was $373,000 below budget. Our expenditures were at $7.4 million, which was $237,000 below budget. So we have a net of a negative $343,948, which is $136,000 below budget. So we're tracking pretty close. Keep an eye on that. Our capital expenditures to date, $2.5 million, and almost $2 million of that is COP funded projects, and debt service principal of $463,000.
Okay, thank you. Solar production, please.
Our phase 1 solar had actual November savings of 41,000 versus a guarantee of 36,000. And phase 2, which is well 35 site, came in under the guarantee of 1,458 at 1,259. So total, we're still over the guarantee.
Okay, thank you. Conservation?
For calendar year of 2022, we have had 91 water waste reports received, 91 contacts made, 5 formal warnings issued, and 0 penalties issued.
All right, very good, thank you. Item number 9, Inyakern Road transmission line.
So I'll give a brief history on that. On Thursday, December 1st, the leak was discovered by staff late in the afternoon. The leak didn't look severe enough to require excavation that evening. They went out the next day, Friday morning, excavated the site. Do you have the picture in there? There was so that's approximately where it is on Inyakern Road. You can see the intertie there to the east. A crack was discovered in the pipe, running longitudinal with the pipe and with water spraying out of it. We chiseled off the outside cement to look at. There's a picture of what the pipe looked like when we uncovered it. When we chiseled off that outside cement to look at the metal underneath, the metal came with the outside cement, and then it basically blew apart and left us with a hole that's about 1 by 1.5 feet.
Wow.
It did not stop leaking at that point in time. It got a little worse. So district contacted WECA Incorporated to come and excavate the pipe with the hopes that we could section in a 20-foot piece. They arrived on Saturday, this last Saturday, December 9th. Excavated about 15 feet on both sides of the hole. Made that cut in preparation for taking the piece out. And when we did so and chiseled away the concrete there, the pipe was just as corroded. We went further to the east because we could see there was a joint there, a well joint, and chiseled off the concrete on that side, and the pipe is corroded there as well. So at this point in time, staff is working with Krieger and Stewart to come up with a possible solution for repair of the pipe. We are awaiting some response from corrosion control specialists to come and measure different sites on the pipe to see if the corrosion is just located in this one location or if it's throughout the pipe itself. District staff will be digging up all the sacrificial anode sites and attempting to see if they sacrifice themselves. You know, an indication of the corrosion is in that area. Staff is also trying to find a way to design a workaround so that we can utilize the wells 17, 30, and 31 in the meantime. We are currently using the Bowman PRV to the fullest of its ability, as well as staff's fullest ability to balance the water demands throughout the system. That is where we are at the moment.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah, it occurs to me, if I've not experienced or been aware of these kinds of problems in the past, is this, you warrant us sending a note out to the public to try to reduce usage so that we can not overstress other elements of our water system?
Not yet, but it could come to that in the future. It depends on how quickly we can get the pipe up and running.
And since we're in a kind of a low season right now, it's a good thing. Yeah.
Excuse me, with the temperatures the way they are now, we're typically running one or two wells, so it's not a problem at this point in time.
Jason, realizing that can't be welded, is it possible to drop in a section with flex couplings since it's low pressure and use it?
We had talked about possibly running HDPE down it and sleeving it on the inside. We've talked about going from valve to valve and putting in some PVC. We're trying to see we need to see what's available and how quickly we can do it.
Okay, good. So that was a technology years ago, steel encased in
Well, it
concrete.
was only in 92.
Yeah.
I worked here when it got put in.
I know. I shake my head at that thinking that's a recipe for disaster, you know?
Renee has a comment.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, we have several other pipelines too. The most important thing is gonna be that corrosion control
Right.
testing, so we can see the extent. And we're also gonna have the other pipelines, which are newer,
Okay.
tested also.
But 92 up till now, I can sort of understand what's going on with that.
Yeah, the one on Bowman
Yeah.
was put in the early 2002, and then we have one on Springer, it was done in 06.
Is that still typical construction for pipelines that size? Steel encased? in
It-
Yeah,
concrete?
CMLC, yeah.
For us, yeah.
For larger transmission lines, yeah.
Large transmission lines? At what point do you cut off using PVC? 10 inch, 15 inch, 20 inch?
16 usually.
Yeah, 16 to 24 in that area.
All right.
Is the sacrificial anodes, are those easy to access to replace?
They're
Is part of our routine maintenance or?
yeah, we know.
No?
They need to be excavated.
All right.
Do we have some, I want to hear some estimated cost that, Donna, you shot some over to us.
We're not gonna know, the estimated costs on that were for completely redoing the whole pipe.
For 4 miles, and those are very preliminary numbers. So again, as Renee said, the whole key right now is to get the corrosion specialists out here so we can determine the extent of the damage, and then we can have a better idea of a plan going forward of how far we have to go and what we need to
It
do.
could just
So-
be that section of soil.
Yeah,
that's
I
corrosive.
hope it is. I just envisioned this $2 to $4 million project. And it could be,
not.
right?
Yeah, we
It
hope
could
not.
be. I don't know. We're hoping maybe valve to valve that we can replace and,
Okay.
get back in business.
We
but-
can line it or
What's the
something
max,
like that.
what's the max pressure that works at? It's not real high right
20.
now.
No, it's maybe in the mid-30s to low 40s.
Yeah.
So have you seen any systematic cracking in the concrete? Or is it the concrete that you haven't removed yet been fairly intact?
So on the outside, that one crack ran the complete length of that 40-foot section of pipe. The next pipe that we could see did not present any cracking. The interior mortar had no cracking whatsoever.
Yeah, that was where I was going. It could have been flexure on the pipe during the earthquake that caused the cracking.
I thought the same thing, but not with the steel on the inside, because the steel is corroded
Well, if you-
inside.
Right, but if you had a crack in the concrete, then fluids from outside would be able to get in, and that would mess up your day.
I'm not saying it's not the earthquake, I'm just saying that the amount of corrosion there would present some seriously aggressive soil.
Right, okay.
Because I sent Don an email
What-
or a text message as soon as we got the thing, because there was an earthquake that morning. And I
What
thought,
was,
"Oh, earthquake."
yeah, what if it was determined that it was an earthquake basis for the beginning of the crack and the corrosion? Is there still money available for that?
I believe they're outside the window of her.
Outside the window? Okay.
There's no money.
Darn.
Nor could we prove that that was the.
Yeah, that'd be good luck with that one, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, anything else?
Not right now.
Item 10, please, arsenic treatment facilities.
Plant 2 is currently they're both offline, but Plant 2 is currently offline, but has been returned to a standby status due to the issues of Inukin Road. As I stated earlier, the plants are not usable around the clock during this time because of the temperatures at night. Staff is attempting to install some of the laterals in an effort to save on costs, which might be needed to purchase the media that was lost, though we are currently working to reclaim as much as possible through straining.
Okay, thank you. Operations.
For the month of November, there were 11 repairs and 13 replacements. 17 valves were exercised, bringing our year-to-date total to 756. The no-days ran one time, filtering 3,600 gallons, bringing our grand total to 8,597,835 gallons.
Okay, thank you very much.
As you get through the system with NODAZ, you've been through it and you're probably playing a couple, 2 or 3 times. Are you finding out that you don't have as much to filter if you?
100%. We're finding that when we go back to places that took an hour, 2 hours to filter, not only does it not take that long to filter, we don't have to go back as frequently. So ones that were quarterly or semi-annual are now annual.
You notice a huge difference living at the end of the street, trust me. My water tastes much better after NODAZ shows up.
All right,
So thank you, guys.
then we'll close out item 8. We'll move on to item 9, board comments and future agenda items. Director Rotora.
I would just like to say that I wish everybody, including our staff and my associates, a Merry Christmas, and I hope they have an enjoyable vacation or some time off to enjoy the season.
Thank you. All right, Director Griffin.
I'll follow up with you there, and I wish you a Merry Christmas too, and all the rest. I also want to thank Don. I think Don's done a great job, and I'm not sure where we're going to go from here, but thank you for your years of service that you put in here. I think I've learned a lot from you in the last years.
All right, thank you. Currently, Vice President Boyd.
Yeah, well, of course, happy holidays and Merry Christmas and Hanukkah, if we've got any that like to celebrate that. And I won't be able to attend your party this weekend, Dawn. I will be out of town, but it's not because my heart won't be here, but physically I won't be here, so.
Wasn't it a surprise party?
I sure hope not.
Not anymore.
Surprise! Anyway, yeah, thanks to the staff. Everybody have a great holidays, and we'll see you next year.
Director Kaczynski.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to the staff, all the board members, and your families, and let all the people know out there, have a great Christmas. Hope their families enjoy it, and hope everybody has a good time, fine times together. Because I saw some of you guys out there working today. I was talking to them. I didn't have time to bring them coffee, but I probably shouldn't have. But I appreciate everything the board has done. I look forward to the coming year and working with President-elect Boyd.
Yeah, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'd also like to compliment Don on his years of excellent service. Thank you very much for that. You've had an amazing run. Sadly, I will not be able to attend your surprise party either. I have a pre-existing commitment I have to go to, and, what's that?
I said at least you didn't call it a condition.
And I would really have preferred to be there so that I could give you great acclaim again, but just isn't in the cards.
Maybe you could have a private party.
Okay, all right, we'll work something, all right. Very good, I'll look into that. I might even invite some of the board members that I like.
One last.
So, you have another comment, sir? I do. All right, go
I
ahead.
do. Just a very quick reminder to the directors. Lauren asked us to clean out our drawers at the end of the night. So otherwise, if we leave,
It was kind of personal.
if we leave anything that we treasure, it may end up in the trash.
So I would like to also say, before we begin the process of hoeing out the drawers on the dais, that it's been an honor to serve as the president of the board of directors over this past year, and I'd like to thank the board for their dedicated service. I'd also like to thank the staff for their excellent support over the past year. It has been a sometimes trying year, and you've always risen to the occasion. Thank you very much. So the next year is upon us. We're going to have some challenges that we're going to have to face. I know that President Boyd and Vice President Kaczynski will have a steady hand on the till, and we'll be able to sail those rough waters. So in the meantime, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and I hope you have a wonderful, prosperous, and healthy new year. And with that, I'm going to call the open session closed at 9:54 p.m., and we will open the closed session at 10 p.m. Thank you for your time and attention.
Anybody want a 2000?
The closed session was closed at 11:03 PM, and we are now reopening the open session at 11:06 PM. Will the Right Honorable Mr. Worth report on the closed session, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The board met with staff and legal counsel on the items under closed session. No action was taken that requires disclosure under the Brown Act. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm going to call the open session closed at 11:07 PM.